Well, here we go again. 2023 has finally been bludgeoned to death, meaning it's time to start again and hope things will be better this time around. Like we do every year. At the end of a solar cycle, we often find ourselves making promises as to how we're going to completely transform our lives over the following 365 days before inevitably giving up less than 10 days in. However, this year things are gonna be different because I have a secret weapon. Airing from 1997 to 2003, lasting 117 episodes over 4 seasons, Bear in the Big Blue House was a cultural juggernaut that alongside Nickelodeon's Blue's Clues defined a generation of preschoolers. Created by Mitchell Kriegman, the show followed a group of characters learning lessons about emotional well-being, literacy, science, and various other concepts while coexisting in the titular Big Blue House. While the series had big shoes to fill, literally being filmed upstairs from the at the time nearly 30-year-old Sesame Street, it was an instant hit, delighting parents and children alike, with the character of Bear becoming a celebrity, similar to how the Muppets had been in the 60s and 70s, making many guest appearances on other programs. Bear in the Big Blue House was the first ever thing I was hyper obsessed with as a child. I had all the toys, went to all the touring shows, and anytime my family went to Hollywood studios, Playhouse Disney Live was an obligation. Even after I grew up and moved on to other shows like SpongeBob and Jimmy Neutron, I would still occasionally watch reruns that would air late into the night, and now as a cynical adult, there still remains a special place in my heart for this guy. When Bear in the Big Blue House was finally added to Disney Plus in October of 2022, I sat down and watched a few episodes, and it made me realise some things. Mainly that even in my 20s, I still desperately needed this show in my life. But then I saw episode 5, A Picture of Health, which is all about talking about ways to stay healthy, including proper diet and exercise. Full disclosure, I am not anywhere near as healthy as I definitely should be. I'm not good at cooking for myself, I barely exercise, and overall, I'm just not great at the whole self-care thing. But seeing that episode had a real effect on me. I've never really been one to listen to good advice, but hearing all that stuff from Bear, it left an impact. So the next day I got up early, instead of staying in bed till 2, went for a run and made a real breakfast for the first time ever. All because I thought it would make a fictional bear proud of me. But then I had a thought, what if I kept doing this? What if I completely restructured my life around this 90s preschool show and used it as a model to get my life back on track? But then 2023 quickly spiraled out of control and I lost all my motivation due to long periods of executive dysfunction. So if I'm going to attempt this again, I need a way to make sure I will actually follow through, which led to the idea of turning my recovery into content. It's also a lot cheaper than therapy. So for the rest of the year, I'm going to watch a few Bear in the Big Blue House episodes per week and treat the show as if it were my life coach, taking each lesson from the episodes and finding a way to incorporate it into my own life. or at least the ones that could feasibly apply to me, so some of these will require a bit of interpretation. The idea is not only will I be revisiting and talking about the show, but throughout this project you should hopefully see me become progressively happier and healthier. And I'm also curious as to how 22-year-old me will react to the show compared to 1-year-old me. Will I still view Bear the same way I did back then, as a caretaker and role model, or as more of an intellectual equal and best friend? Well, there's only one way to find out, so welcome to Fixing My Life with Bear in the Big Blue House.
Now you're here, so let's begin!
Alright, so how this is going to work is every weekend for the remainder of the year, I'm going to watch 3 or 4 episodes of Bear, and where I can will come up with a task that incorporates that episode's lesson. Am I going to regret this? Probably. But I'm determined to see this through, so let's get started with Season 1. Season 1, Episode 1, Home is Where the Bear Is, serves as an introduction to the characters and setting of the show, while also getting us acquainted with the basic structure the episodes will follow, which I guess is a good time to talk about that. Each episode follows a basic formula that over the show's first 3 seasons doesn't really change all that much. Following the theme song, Bear greets the audience at the door and invites them into his home, before sniffing them and telling them they smell good. After which, he'll run into one or more of the other characters who will introduce our word of the day, sometimes stopping to sing about it. This is followed by a segment of real kids discussing the topic of the episode and their views on it. Once the storyline picks up again, Bear will wander the house, often helping his friends and running into Shadow.
Oh, where is Shadow? Where, oh, where is Shadow? Where, oh, where is Shadow? Where can Shadow be?
Who will tell the audience a classic children's story using shadow puppets. At the end of the day, once all the conflicts are solved, Bear retires to the attic to talk to his good friend Luna the Moon. Yeah, Bear is pals with celestial bodies, don't question it. Here, Bear will recap the events of the episode to Luna before they sing the goodbye song, where a montage of moments from the episode are played. Once the song finishes and Luna rises back into the sky, Bear goes to leave before quickly turning back to deliver a final message to the viewer, often giving them some advice and inviting them to visit him again. Then the end credits play, capping off the episode. As for the cast, the series at this point features 6 main characters, and a few others who appear in one scene per episode. And if any of you saw my Book of Pooh discussion way back when, some of these names may sound familiar. Bear, who is played by Noel McNeil, is the warm, polite, and easygoing parental figure of the household. He is naturally calm and approaches every situation with kindness and understanding, though they're still able to make him entertaining through his fun-loving attitude and little reactions and glances towards the camera whenever he is shocked or confused. Tutter, played by Peter Lince, is a little blue mouse who lives in the wall. He is very ambitious, often trying to do things very difficult for someone of his stature, but he's also full of anxiety, talking very fast and having a tendency to repeat things. Usually Bear will assist him in his endeavours, and the scene will end with Tutter thanking him for his help.
Thank you, Bear.
Ojo, played by Vicky Eibner, is a bear cub known for her determination and strong imagination. She is often found making up games or asking questions, and has a knack for exploring, being described as very motivated, with Bear telling the audience once Ojo sets her mind to something, there's no stopping her. Trilo, played by Tyler Bunch, is a lemur who loves swinging on vines and has a certain zest for life, speaking in trills which have a habit of becoming incoherent whenever he gets excited. Outside of that, he enjoys listening to music and adding to his ever-growing feather collection. Rounding out the main cast are the otters Pip and Pop, played by Lince and Bunch respectively. These two are inseparable, often speaking in unison, and can be found in random places of the house, namely the bath, as they love water. Originally Pip was going to be named Pummel, but the name was changed due to concerns of it sounding too violent. And that's the 6 main characters. As for everyone else, we'll get to them as they come up during my rewatch of the show. Back to the episode, it's mostly about Bear taking us on a house tour.
Well, boy, do I ever love this kitchen!
Visiting every room in the Big Blue House, which slowly introduces all the main characters. Ojo in the living room, Tutter in the kitchen, Trilo in the bedroom, then Pip and Pop in the bathroom. Now, when I said sometimes we're going to have to read between the lines to try and find an applicable moral, well, we've already arrived at one of those, because outside of being utterly charming and having banger songs, the episode is mostly about discussing how great homes are, because that's where all your stuff is, and how everyone's favourite place in their home is different. Though I think at the very end, they do manage to squeeze in something we can work with.
And remember, home is wherever you feel best.
So I think what we can extract from this episode is remembering to take a break in the day to treasure where you are and having a moment to just be in your space. Really treasuring your home and what it means to you. For me, my home is just being with the people I love, whether that's visiting my family or being with my friends, because that's what I think the episode was getting at. Home is much more of a feeling than a place. So let's add taking a second to appreciate my home to the list. Thus, I have started to consciously take some time out of my day where I completely disconnect from my various devices and allow myself to simply exist within my space. This idea was also present in late February when one of my best friends from uni, Tammy, visited, as it was the first time our friend group was back together since 2022, during which we conquered our first ever escape room despite us getting stuck for like 20 minutes until I accidentally leaned against a door that we were unaware had opened, but at least I got to be somewhat helpful. Episode 2, Water Water Everywhere, is about water.
Why is it so wet?
And all of the exciting things you can do with that classic hydrogen and oxygen compound. One thing I love about this episode is how it tries to have all the characters interact with water without the puppets coming into contact with a single drop. It adds a lot of unintended humour to certain scenes.
If you stick your nose in it, it comes out wet. Every time. When will the lies end?
One moment I want to highlight is Trilo's appearance, which talks about the very common childhood fear of getting pulled down the drain. This exchange highlights the writing style of Bear in the Big Blue House, where it's sort of like a spider diagram, where they have one central theme that then splits off to explore a bunch of different ideas based around it with each of the characters. And for the lesson, drink plenty of water? Yeah, that works. It sounds simple, and something I've tried to get better at in recent years, though according to the internet, I'm still only getting about half of my recommended intake of H2O. In brainstorming ways to condition myself into drinking more, I eventually arrived at a system that I believe will work. I've printed out a bunch of old Bear in the Big Blue House colouring sheets, with the idea being every time I get a drink of water, I'll get to add a colour, with the aim being to complete at least one sheet per day, giving me something tangible I can look at to see my progress.
Yes, you're just the greatest stuff I know when it comes to getting something wet. Cha-cha-cha.
Episode 3, Mouse Party, follows the gang throwing Tutter a birthday party, and as such is about the idea of a birthday and what it means. And this is sorta an example of how the structure of the show doesn't fully work sometimes, because aside from the whole getting a year older thing, there's not really much to discuss. They do talk a bit about how some kids can feel jealous about someone getting a lot more attention, which is important, especially in how it doesn't just write them off as jealous and actually talks about these feelings, but that isn't a huge part of the episode. It's still entertaining, but one of the weaker stories of the first season. Also, their completely original Happy Birthday song, so as to avoid royalties, because this was pre-2015 when Happy Birthday to You wasn't public domain, absolutely slaps.
Happy, 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 happy birthday, birthday. Happy, 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 happy birthday, birthday.
Episode 4 is called The Shape of a Bear, and that may sound like an episode teaching basic geometry, but it's more about valuing the various shapes and sizes of everything around us, as well as the shape of you. The story follows Bear looking for a box he promised to give Tutter, but keeps getting distracted by the others and talking to them about shapes. I wish I had more to say on this episode, because I do sincerely love it, and its message of how everyone has their own special shape and that it's important to love the shape you are.
Look! Ooh, you have your own special shape too!
Great shape!
I'll admit, I was having trouble coming up with a task that would incorporate this idea. A few years ago, when I was having counselling sessions, one of the things I was told to do was look in the mirror and say that I love myself. However, thanks to a recent viral sensation, I believe I have come up with an improved, and dare I say more wonderful, way to improve my self-esteem.
Who's that wonderful girl? Could she be any cuter?
Now all that's left is to do that every single morning for the rest of my life.
Who's that beautiful girl?
Episode 5, Picture of Health, is important since it was the episode that inspired this entire project, in how it was actually able to inspire me to take better care of myself for about 2 weeks. As you can guess, this episode is all about healthy living, as Bear prepares to go on his woodland workout!
Stretching, jumping, running, feeling good.
The episode talks about proper diet and making sure you get enough rest. We'll get to the rest in a second, but there's something I want to point out about the section talking about eating right. Of course, they go over the standards, protein, fruit, pasta, but when they get to the dairy, Bear doesn't say milk. No, he says ice cream. I've never seen a show that encourages children to eat ice cream, but hey, who am I to argue with the main character of a Playhouse Disney series from the late 90s?
And I'm a picture of hell.
Tutter's role in this episode is definitely one I need to take note of. He's spent the entire day trying to do one task with no breaks, causing him to become exhausted and progressively frustrated. Bear gets him to take a nap so he'll feel better, allowing him to accomplish his goal. This is also the first episode to feature one of the show's signature songs, the Bear Cha-Cha-Cha. And I know what you're all thinking, that because of me doing the Continental Drift dance at the end of the Ice Age video, of course I'm gonna do the Bear Cha-Cha-Cha. Have I really become that predictable?
Well, don't just sit there. Get up and do it with me. Come on.
Cha-cha-cha.
Everyone
Gonna cha-cha-cha. Ooh la la. Time to cha-cha-cha. The Bear Cha-cha-cha.
So for the first time, we have multiple things to add to the list. First up is making more healthy choices, trying to have more balanced meals, and actually trying to cook stuff for a change. This also means heavily scaling back the amount of takeout I get because I have a severe habit of coming into contact with a minor inconvenience and deciding I've had a bad enough day to treat myself, which has also contributed to not being in a great financial position. So I set the challenge of cooking a new meal for myself every week, with the idea being eventually I'll learn enough dishes it'll become second nature and I'll be able to properly cook something every night, or at least every other night. And with some help from my parents here and there, I think I'm well on my way to achieving that goal. Not everything so far has turned out perfect. I accidentally added so much sauce to my stir fry it ended up as more of a soup, but not only is this helping me try and be healthier, it's giving me the feeling of having control over my life again. Next is exercise, which as mentioned at the start of the video, I'm pretty abysmal at. During which I'll take a walk around my local park that has become sort of a happy place for me. A sanctuary of nature in the middle of the city with this lovely Japanese garden and plenty of wildlife to look at. My favourite being during the spring when all the tadpoles start to emerge. On top of regular walks, I've also started doing yoga again, which I haven't really done since uni, where it was one of our weekly classes on our performing arts course, which really did help significantly with my mental health. And while I was very clearly out of practice, I soon grew back into it as I began attempting to reconnect my body and mind. And while I'm not someone who can nap during the day, I do think I could do with some more quiet time in the form of reading. You know, actual physical books, because I have so many over the years I've bought and have yet to properly pick up. Some of the titles I've read during these first few weeks looking at Season 1 are Marcy's Journal from Amphibia, A Quick and Easy Guide to Asexuality by Molly Muldoon and Will Hernandez, and The Sad Ghost Club by Liz Meddings, all of which I'd highly recommend, and I'm excited to continue rediscovering my long-lost passion for reading. Episode 6, Falling for Fall, is about the characters celebrating the arrival of autumn. So Bear, Trilo and Ojo pretend to be trees, only for Trilo to start having an existential crisis because he loves trees. So he, Pip and Pop try to fix the trees by gluing the leaves back on. The deeper message of the episode is all about change, as that's what Bear and Tutter cite as the best part of fall. And the story is about Trilo having to understand and accept that the leaves changing is just a part of life. So I guess what the episode is trying to teach us is not to immediately freak out when things start to change, which is especially something I need to take to heart at this point in my life where it seems like everything is constantly changing. But I can't really put stop fearing change on the list because that's not exactly realistic. What I can do is try and have a rational sit down with myself every now and then to take stock of things and understand it's not the end of the world. Maybe even talk to my friends about it. So rather than accepting change, let's try understanding change, as that sounds more manageable.
This time I've done it. It's all over. The pumpkin's too big.
For this, I figured the best course of action was to try to rationalise my way through my various fears surrounding change. So one evening I sat down and wrote about all the upcoming changes I'm likely to experience this year, my anxieties surrounding them, and ways to potentially ease those fears. For instance, at the end of June, I will be moving in with my best friends, which I am so excited about but also nervous because I'm concerned if I might be difficult to live with, and if I might make them sick of me. And I guess the only way to help is by talking to them about it and working through these feelings, which I had the chance to do a few weeks later when they invited me out for ice cream. And the same rang true for most of the other stuff I wrote about. Episode 8, Share Bear, is about the characters exploring the idea of sharing, from physical objects to emotions. And again, I want to point out how respectful this show is of kids and takes their feelings seriously, not looking down on those who have trouble sharing their stuff. This show tells kids that all their feelings matter and are valid. It doesn't simply say stop doing that, it takes time to unpack why someone might have those emotions and discuss them rationally. Though it's not perfect, as this is the first episode where I feel certain moments could have been handled better. Like there's a scene in the middle of the episode where Tutter makes himself a sandwich and the other residents of the Big Blue House basically start peer pressuring him into sharing. Even Bear starts sounding a little manipulative. We're supposed to see Tutter in the wrong, but he made that for himself, which taking previous episodes into consideration would not have been an easy task. Then Pip and Pop start closing in on him like vultures until he relents. It just feels a tad strange. And there's not really anything I can take from it because I don't really have any issues with sharing. If anything, I have the opposite problem because I share too much. The moral? Clean up the house? I have started paying much more focus towards the upkeep of my living space. No longer allowing dishes and cups to pile up around the sink, and really trying not to mess up my room as much by doing things like actually putting my laundry away when it comes out of the dryer instead of leaving it in a pile on the floor.
Come on, everybody, let's clean up the house.
Let's go! Come on, everybody, let's clean up the house.
Clean up the house.
Clean up the house!
Everybody clean up the house. Come on, you too. Clean up the house.
Tidy it up, tidy it up.
Clean up the house.
Tidy it up, tidy it up.
Everybody clean up the house.
Episode 9, What's in the Mail Today, is unfortunately not the Blues Clues crossover of our dreams, and is instead an episode about the wonders of both sending and receiving post, with a large portion focusing on Tutter writing a letter to his grandma Flutter in musical form, and we're going to talk about the song because it's easily my favourite of the show so far. In an attempt to find the words to put in his letter, Tutter starts listing a bunch of things he's grateful his grandma has done or taught him.
Thanks for the chocolate cakes covered with cheese, for teaching me how to say thanks in Chinese.
Tutter starts getting carried away as Bear reminds him to try and keep things simple.
You wanna say all that? This piece of paper's too small.
Oh, gee, you're right, Bear.
How about dear Grandma Flutter, love Tutter?
I guess that says it all.
Ah yes, bet she'll be right chuffed with that. What I think we can interpret this episode as is a message about staying in close contact with your loved ones, which is admittedly something I'm quite poor at. Unless I get to see them in person often, I have trouble staying connected with people and remembering to check in with them. So having something like this to help me try and be better at that is a good thing. In response, I have started scheduling a couple of hours every week dedicated entirely to calling and messaging my family and friends. Episode 10, Wagon of a Different Colour, definitely confused me because it opens exactly the same as the previous episode, with Bear checking the mail then singing the What's in the Mail Today song. I thought someone at Disney Plus had messed up and accidentally uploaded the same episode twice, but no, once the song is finished, then the episode starts. The episode is about Bear deciding to go to the market after finding some coupons in the mail. However, he has misplaced his wagon. He finds it in the attic as Ojo reveals she is going to paint the wagon, however she only has paint in primary colours. So the episode is about the wonderful world of colour and all its facets. This episode contains one of the most entertaining scenes of the show so far. Tutter gets Bear to help him decide what to wear to the market, but with every single outfit his anxiety gets the better of him.
They'll probably look at me and say, "What's with the mouse in yellow and black? He looks like a bumblebee!"
This scene is also where we're taking our moral from the episode, because the solution Bear comes up with is for Tutter to stop worrying about what other people think and simply wear what he likes best. Which is a lesson I too can take to heart. Episode 11, Dancing the Day Away, is about the characters exploring all the various styles of dancing that exist out there, where they focus on how it doesn't matter how you dance, so long as you have fun. Kinda obvious, but still important. Especially for me, being in the performing arts, dancing is often very serious business, as I get so wrapped up in the choreography and performance that I get trapped in my head and forget to just enjoy myself, which is the most crucial piece. So I'm adding let myself enjoy dancing more, even if that amounts to doing some silly movements alone in my room, which as we've already seen, I'm quite good at. Good thing there's an old Disney show that specifically combines dancing and exercise. So along with my walks through the park and yoga, I am now committing to a session of mousexercise per week, giving me the chance to have more fun while exerting myself and not having to worry about performing for an audience. Well, a live audience. Though the first time I attempted an episode, it just made it even more clear just how out of shape I am, which will hopefully start to turn around soon. The next episode is titled Dirt, I Love You So, and opens with Bear preparing to plant an apple tree out by the otter pond, which leads to a discussion about all the wonderful things that come from dirt. Tudor, on the other hand, isn't a fan because for someone of his size, dirt is a big problem, and again, no one tries to argue against his points. They simply accept that the mouse has a different perspective than them. Then they play around with a bug they find before finally planting the tree and getting cleaned up. And the second the Rub-a-Dub-Dub song started, so many memories came flooding back. This is the first thing from the show that I so viscerally remembered. 2 notes about this episode: I really love this smooth transition from the foyer to the otter pond, and when Bear sets the tree down, it accidentally falls over and stays there for the rest of the scene. This episode was also quite experimental with the cinematography, as it features a few handheld shots. And counting the goodbye song, this episode has 4 musical numbers, the most of any story so far. Season 1 episode 14 is called All Connected, which from that title I was expecting a very spiritual episode, and sort of. The story follows Bear fixing various things around the big blue house while discussing all the big and little connections that keep the world together and helping his friends along the way. For a while, I was struggling to pinpoint an exact lesson here. With the episode being an exploration of how everything is connected, I believe the takeaway is to consider the impact I have, whether it be on individuals or the world at large. Another thing to note, this is the first episode to not feature a What Do You Think segment. Maybe this episode was added later in production, so they didn't get to film any extra material, as I presume they recorded a lot of these in a single day since they feature the same kids in the same locations wearing the same clothes. Just a guess. The next episode is called Summer Cooler. Bear gets a package in the mail and doesn't sing his What's in the Mail song, so at least we know it's not compulsive. Inside he finds a game of checkers, which he challenges the otters to.
Checker Master, can we have a sip of your cool drink before we start?
Oh, sure. Here you go.
Thanks, Bear!
And they win. Once they've gone, Bear starts talking about summer, his favourite season.
Well, along with fall, winter, and spring.
He runs into Tutter, who invites him into the Mouse's swimming club, then goes to find someone else to play checkers with, only to come across Ojo and Trilo pretending to be scuba divers.
Like this?
Trilo, you've won! You've won the game!
Then they spend the rest of the day in the otter pond. And this is another one I can't think of a specific lesson to take from. Episode 16 is called The Big Little Visitor, and is the first time the show has introduced a new character to the Big Blue House, that being Tutter's grandma Flutter, who was previously mentioned in What's in the Mail Today. Tutter gets a letter from his grandma informing the mouse she'll be paying him a visit today.
Today. But that's... Well, let's see, that would be... Take the 3, divide by 2, carry the 5. Today!
So Tutter's anxiety gets the better of him and he starts freaking out because his grandma is very particular. And can I just say, Tutter is amazing in this episode. Peter Linz does such a phenomenal job with the comedic timing and exaggeration.
And if she sees the big blue house and it isn't spick and span, I say, well,
Well, who knows what she'll do, Pip? Who knows what she'll do, Pop?
Before he has a nervous meltdown, Bear suggests they all work together to clean up the house. After which, Bear starts talking about families, saying they all come in various shapes, colours and sizes before breaking down the core aspects of what truly makes one. Later, Bear and Tutter wait for Grandma Flutter's arrival, but Ojo feels like dancing, which means Bear starts getting that feeling again, and it's contagious as Tutter gets it too. Bear cha-cha-cha time! Grandma shows up and she's exactly what you expect, but she doesn't care that everything isn't perfect, she just wants to see her grandson. Bear goes to talk to Luna about everything that happened today, and I think I just discovered where my love of the found family trope came from.
I must say that you and your friends make a wonderful little family too. A family of friends.
Wow, Luna. I never thought about it that way. I guess there are all kinds of ways to be a family.
Yes, there are.
Episode 17, A Winter's Nap, sees Bear trying to take a nap during winter, maybe to hibernate, but the episode never quite makes that clear as he keeps being interrupted, with the noise eventually waking up Tutter, so Bear promises to try and keep it down, before immediately breaking out into song.
Zap-ba-dee-da-loo-da.
Next up to interrupt Bear is Trilo, who wants to show him the snow, which he mistakes for feathers until Bear clears it up for him as he's off to play in the substance that is definitely snow and not shredded paper.
Oh, and Bear, would you mind awfully? I mean, if it's not too much trouble, if you wouldn't mind, Bear, would you please close the door? You know why?
Why?
It's freezing!
With seemingly no more interruptions, Bear once again tries to take a nap, but has some difficulty.
Has that ever happened to you? You've been so tired and yet you couldn't fall asleep?
But thanks to Shadow, Bear is finally able to get to sleep, before being woken up moments later by Pip and Pop. Just let my man sleep, I feel so bad for him. They bring him outside to surprise him with a snowman they've made in his likeness. In the end, Bear doesn't get to take a nap because soon night falls and he tells Luna all about his day. The lesson? Don't keep bothering your friend when he is begging you to let him sleep. Episode 19, Magic in the Kitchen, opens with Bear promising to make something for Ojo.
My incredible banana berry whole wheat pancakes with maple leaf syrup.
As this episode is all about the wonders of cooking, which Bear sings a song about before asking the audience what they like to cook in our first What Do You Think segment in quite some time. Back in the house, Ojo has recruited the otters to help them with the pancakes.
We'll help you cook.
Oh, this'll be interesting.
And soon Tutter and Trilo want to help, so Bear asks them to set the table. However, Tutter disapproves of the way Trilo goes about it, so Bear helps them reach a compromise. Later, once the pancakes are done and everyone has cleaned up the house, Bear goes to tell Luna about his day, and they conclude cooking tastes better when it's shared with friends and family, which is a good place to start in what I'm going to take away from this episode. I've had a lot of people in my life who bake things and have shared them with me, and it's something I've wanted to do, but I get held back by unpleasant memories. Back in high school, in the British equivalent of home economics, I greatly struggled and would often not finish on time, which my teacher would yell at me for. Once we were making apple crumble, and I was still there 40 minutes after the final bell rang, and it felt humiliating. So whenever I want to try baking, I argue I'm probably just not good, and decide against it. But this year is all about new beginnings, and seeing as it's been about a decade since I last had my hands in a mixing bowl, I say it's about time to give it another shot. So, as well as cooking a new meal every week, I've also been trying my hand at some baked goods, starting with more simple things like sponge cake and pancakes, with the eventual goal of being able to bake things I can share with my friends when I move in at the end of June. Season 1, Episode 20, Spring Fever, follows the residents of the Big Blue House as they celebrate the arrival of Maytime, with Bear excited to get to his spring cleaning. This episode focuses on the renewed energy that comes with spring, describing it as the Earth's big comeback. But after his song celebrating that fact, Bear remembers he left his feather duster in the other room.
It sure was nice of Pip and Pop to help out and clean up the bed room.
After briefly locating Shadow, we get jump scared by Trilo, who is the one going around the house messing everything up. He's caught the dreaded spring fever, and it appears to be contagious as soon it spreads to everyone else. In order to get out all this excess energy, they clean up the house till it's time for Bear to meet with Luna and discuss the day's events.
I was wondering, when spring comes, do you ever miss the fall and winter?
Oh, Bear, I love all the seasons, but somehow springtime is special. When all the new leaves come out and the earth turns green again, it makes you realize that life continues no matter what. I think there's a lot of comfort in that.
I don't think this one has anything specific to add to the list, but I do love this sentiment of how spring is this ultimate example of how no matter what, life goes on. And I had to experience that firsthand in early March. I debated whether or not to put this in, but alongside revisiting the show, this video is also about sharing everything I experienced this year, and this did have a huge impact on me moving forward. Though if you want to avoid the heavy stuff, feel free to skip to this time code. For the first 18 years of my life, I was incredibly lucky in that I didn't go through the death of anyone close to me, but ever since I left home, that's no longer the case. But still, up until then, nothing had hit me quite as hard as this. A few weeks ago, I sat down and wrote about all the upcoming changes in my life that scared me and tried to rationalize them. See the bright side, find a way to help the anxiety and look at them more positively. But there was one more that I couldn't even bring myself to write. My dog Teddy had been with my family for 14 years, and he was the happiest, most energetic and loving dog anyone could ever ask for. But during the past year, that all changed. He began slowing down, no longer being able to jump around or even go upstairs. And then medical issues quickly became more persistent to a point where he didn't even feel like the same dog anymore. I started going home pretty much every week, both because I knew I needed to spend as much time with him as I could, but also because some part of me thought if I just did enough and took the best care of him, he would get better and go back to being my dog again. Saying it all out loud now, it sounds completely ridiculous, but I guess love makes us believe ridiculous things. My dad told me that he'd taken a turn, and they were going to take him to the vet tomorrow where they'd most likely have to make a decision. I wanted to go home, I wanted to see him, but he urged me not to. Said I didn't want to see him like this, and it would be better to remember him as he was. Even despite that though, I still thought this wasn't real, that he was just having a bad day and tomorrow everything would be fine. Then Monday morning arrived, and as soon as I got up, I had breakfast because part of me knew I likely wasn't going to be able to eat for the rest of the day. Then my family video called me. It was time to say goodbye. Needless to say, experiencing such loss in what quickly became the worst week of my life caused everything to come to a standstill for a while, and even now, I'm still struggling to move forward and process my grief in a healthy way. I've always had this system where when something awful happens, I would only let myself feel bad for a few days before I decided to just push down those feelings and keep on until things start to feel normal again. But when dealing with something like this, you soon come to understand nothing will ever feel normal again, but you still have to keep going. I have to keep going. Episode 21 is called A Plant Grows in Bear's House, which is a story about how all sorts of things grow as Pip and Pop win some seeds in a magazine contest but have no idea what they'll be. My favourite scene though is when Bear finds Tudder in the attic, where we learn the mouse has recently become a cousin,
And my Auntie Scudder asked me if I could give a special something to Little Blotter.
However, upon looking through all his old baby stuff, he starts to freak out over the passage of time, which don't we all? After a lot of turmoil, he decides to give the new baby his bonnet, saying he wants to hold onto his blanket a little while longer, which he isn't judged for. Meanwhile, Pip and Pop have finally figured out how to properly care for their seed, but are confused as to why it hasn't sprouted yet. Thus, Bear has to tell them the last thing a plant needs to grow is time. Seasons pass in the big blue house as months later we see the tiny seed has grown into a beautiful sunflower. And I think that's my main takeaway from this episode. things can only grow with time. Often I find myself worried that I'm not currently skilled enough to achieve the life I want, especially when it seems like everyone else is way ahead of me. But I have to realize there's no deadline I'm trying to meet. As long as I keep working, I'll get there eventually, whether it's my personal life or this channel. So I'm adding to the list, recognize things take time to grow. And since there's now only 5 season 1 episodes left, let's watch one more. Eat, drink juice, and be merry. Bear is excited because today they are doing perhaps his most favourite thing of all, having a picnic by the otter pond.
Clams? All you've packed is clams?
Bear starts to pack the basket as today's episode is all about food. However, Tutter stops him before he can open the fridge.
Tutter?
You think we need more time to chat, Bear? Yeah. I really don't think we talk enough. Not enough.
Well, okay, Tutter, what do we need to talk about?
What do we need to talk about? About how we need to talk more. Yeah.
As it turns out, Tutter has had nearly everything in the fridge. So to make up for it, he takes charge of packing the basket. Following story time with Shadow, Bear runs into Trilo, who is only bringing bananas, and tries to convince him to branch out more, which backfires.
Tomato Trilo friend.
The tomato's your friend?
Finally, he goes to see Ojo to learn what games they'll be playing at the picnic. Everything is finally coming together, but right as they're about to step outside, a storm rolls over the big blue house. So they decide to have the picnic inside. And I think this is the takeaway from the episode. Bear and the others had been planning this picnic all day, only for it to rain, seemingly ruining their plans, but they made the best of a bad situation and found a workaround. Often when something doesn't go exactly as planned, I tend to immediately resort to panic mode, which isn't helpful in the slightest. It's not something that'll be easy, since freaking out at any disruption to a planned routine is how my brain is wired, but I think it's worth a shot. Season 1, episode 23, Need a Little Help Today, sees Bear struck by a cold, to a point he can't even smell the viewer. Well, this must be serious. However, he is still attempting to carry on like everything is normal, which isn't helping anyone.
You see, I'm having a little trouble to...
What's that?
So Tutter suggests that Bear go into the living room and take some quiet time by laying down on the couch. While he's out of commission, the others gather and talk about all the times Bear has helped them, with Tutter mentioning the time Bear helped him get some water, leading to a flashback to episode 2, which features the song the episode is named after, almost making this sort of a sequel story. Everyone decides to help Bear feel better while Tutter sends us to go sit with him. Ojo goes up and reminds Bear of the time he helped her when she fell. They frame this like it's a flashback similar to the last one, but I don't recall seeing this scene in any of the previous episodes. Strange. Pip and Pop remind Bear of the time he let them deliver mail, and how good it feels to be sent something.
Oh, look. It's a clam.
Get well soon, Clam!
After Trilo flashes back to when Bear helped him work through his fear of getting sucked down the drain, Bear tries to get up, but he isn't quite able to yet. So Tutter reminds him of the time he was so exhausted, and Bear taught him how to have some quiet time to recoup. And by the end of this final clip, Bear is asleep. He wakes up later that night feeling all better and goes to see Luna.
Sometimes when you're not feeling so well, it feels so good to have even just a little bit of help from your friends.
This was a rather weird one. It has to be stated again, I fully understand how this show was very expensive to produce, but season 1 isn't even over yet and we're already doing clip shows? Though it was able to incorporate them naturally into the story while maintaining the basic framework of a standard episode. There were still some really good jokes, and we got to revisit 2 of the show's best songs so far. As for the moral, I feel this one is pretty blatant. Asking for help has never really been my forte, but it's something I'm trying to be better at. It does help that my friends know me so well at this point, they can tell if something is wrong just from the way I enter a room. Still, I wish I let myself make the first move in that regard more often, because it would make things so much easier for me. Episode 24, Lost Thing, in which Tutter and the Otters help Ojo search for her beloved Snow Bear, whom she has misplaced, is an episode that explores the panic and desperation one often feels when they lose something meaningful to them. Eventually, the friends decide Snow Bear must be playing hide and seek, so if they play, they'll find her. And somehow, that works. Though as always, it's only when Luna appears does the real point of all this come to light.
Well, you know, from where I am up here in the sky, I see things get lost and found all the time.
Really?
Oh, yes, and it's interesting. The old earth keeps turning, and we all move on. And sometimes we find something new that's even better than what we lost.
This kind of links in with understanding change from earlier in the season, where we're so fixated on what we can't get back that we fail to see the good change can bring even when it's right in front of us. So maybe trying to look at the bigger picture is a good idea. Next up is Listen Up, where Bear receives a package in the mail containing a tape featuring soothing sounds from the seashore. While Ojo decides to hold a camp out tonight by the otter pond, so Bear must now go around the house inviting the others, till he comes across Tudor, who politely declines.
Sound fun?
Huh, fun? Oh, yeah! Sleeping on the cold, hard, lumpy ground, getting attacked by giant buzzing mosquitoes, and being kept awake all night by those noisy crickets? Fun!
That night, everyone heads out and enjoys listening to the various sounds of nature.
Oh, Bear! What's that sound?
Scary sound!
Okay,
Bear, what
everybody.
should we
okay.
do? It's a scary
Okay,
sound!
guys, come on. Calm down, everybody. Let's find out what's making that sound. Luckily, I have my flashlight.
Oh, it's scary. So
What could be making that
Careful, man.
sound?
It sounds like a
Hey!
Turns out Tudor got lonely and decided to join everyone after all. And through a rather convenient gap in the foliage, Luna is able to visit them so they can all explain what they did today. And for the first time ever, everyone gets to sing the goodbye song. This was a fun episode. I wasn't sure how the topic of sounds and the camping plot would fit, but it all did come together by the end. Not one of my favourites, but still a pleasant time and a good reminder to appreciate the natural beauty that exists around me. And we close out the season with episode 26, Friends for Life. Pip and Pop have fallen out of sync and can't decide where to play, so Bear flips his special bear coin, which is something I'd love to own. As you can deduce, this episode is about friends and that it's okay for friends to disagree, leading to a song and a What Do You Think segment, which have become a rarity towards the end of the season, and this one actually features different kids. In the kitchen, Trilo is excited to play with Ojo, but apparently she has other plans, grabbing some carrots and rushing out the door. Everyone bar Ojo heads out to the otter pond for a game of tag, only to stumble across the little bear who has befriended a rabbit. The main cast sing a song about how great it is to make a friend before going off to play. And I think this episode does speak to me because I do sometimes have issues expanding my social circle. I have my few friends and that's kind of just been enough for me. Anyone else gets added through happenstance more so than me seeking out new connections, and that can lead to me cutting myself off in big group settings. So I think making an effort to connect more with other people is a good start. With that, we've now revisited the entirety of Bear in the Big Blue House Season 1, and after going through all 26 episodes, I can honestly say that Wait a minute. Yep, I was definitely right on giving up trying to become an artist. Oh, and some episodes are missing from Disney Plus or something. For whatever reason, 9 episodes were omitted from the streaming service, meaning instead of 117, there are only 108 stories that have been made widely available. 107 technically, because one of those missing episodes so happens to be the second part of the show's double-length Christmas special, meaning from a certain perspective, they only added half an episode. Fortunately, there are recordings of every missing episode floating around, meaning we can't wrap up the season just quite yet, as there are still 3 episodes left to look over, and who knows what nuggets of wisdom I may find within them. Season 1, Episode 7 is titled Why Bears Can't Fly, and we already caught a glimpse of this one as it's one of the flashbacks presented in Need a Little Help today. Bear and the otters decide to play catch by the pond. He just has to find his ball, but instead he discovers Ojo and Trilo pretending to be birds.
No, Bear. Sometimes we're birds, sometimes we're planes, and sometimes we're rocket ships.
To which Bear figures, when in Rome. Our word of the day is gravity, which Bear sings about, and something about this song felt weirdly familiar, and that's because we've already kind of heard it, as the melody was later repurposed with new lyrics in the episode Listen Up. While passing through the kitchen, Bear spots Tudor, who has just received a carton of eggs, and considering this episode is about gravity, I'm guessing I shouldn't grow too fond of those eggs. To move them into his mousehole, Tudor attempts to carry each of them on a spoon.
Tudor! Oh no! My egg!
Bear makes the suggestion that since the eggs are round, Tudor could simply roll them, which isn't the most sanitary option, but it gets the job done. Right as he's about to head out to the otter pond, Bear is once again interrupted, this time by Ojo crying out for him. She got so carried away with her game that she ended up attempting to actually fly, only to fall, learning the truth about why bears can't fly.
He said it! He said it!
But Ojo quickly cheers up once her and Trilo accept bouncing on the bed as a consolation prize. That's when Bear remembers he still has yet to play catch with Pip and Pop, only to take 5 steps before getting distracted looking for Shadow. Eventually he makes it to the pond after keeping the otters waiting all this time. When Bear gets back to the house at night, he goes to see Luna and tells her about his day.
Ojo and Trilo and I pretended to fly.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
And you didn't come up for a visit?
Season 1, Episode 13, Music to My Ears, is almost a companion to Dancing the Day Away from earlier in the season. That episode was about looking at the different styles of dance, and this does more or less the same, but with music, as the characters prepare to perform in Ojo's orchestra, following Bear as he attempts to track down his beloved kazoo. Once he's found it, he passes through the kitchen and comes across Tudor, struggling to carry a clarinet.
Well, stand back and watch me play. I just have to blow in here. Let's see. Here we go.
Fun fact about me, I, like many people my age, learned what a clarinet was via SpongeBob. However, I never actually heard a real one until much later, so little me assumed the way Squidward plays was simply how a clarinet was supposed to sound and thought the joke was the townsfish just really disliked clarinets, not that Squidward was bad. So yeah, I got gaslit for about 12 years by a cartoon octopus. Despite Tudor's best efforts, he is simply too small to play the clarinet. That's because he borrowed it from his cousins, for which it has always been a 3-mouse job. However, Bear helps him see he doesn't have to play an instrument to make music. He can simply use his voice. With the orchestra fully assembled, the friends have their outdoor concert where they perform the song Hey, We Can Play, about how anyone can make music using anything, tying it all thematically together.
Even I like to sing a few tunes from time to time.
Oh?
Well, that's the great thing about music. It's inside of all of us. All you have to do is find a way to get it out.
I have mentioned a few times how for the past 7 or so years now, I have been training as an actor and singer. Yet despite how successful I have been, I still harbour so much self-doubt, which often leads to me not doing my best, especially in auditions. Meaning I don't get the role I want, making me further doubt myself, and the cycle begins anew. After a particularly bad experience at an audition for one of my favourite musicals last summer, I finally decided to do something about it. So I found an online tutor, and for the past year have slowly been growing as a performer, understanding I am far more talented and capable than I realise. It's also helped me understand that the only thing getting in my way is myself. I often get so trapped in my head and worry about mistakes, meaning I can't relax and fully give into the performance, because whenever I do manage that, everything else just kind of falls into place. I'm gonna add stop putting so much pressure on myself to the list.
You know, anytime you have a little song in your head, sing it. And sing it loud.
Season 1, Episode 18 is called Working Like a Bear. No doubt preparing all those little tykes to become obedient cogs in the machine we call society. It's about Bear spending the day picking berries, but first he has to find his berry picking bucket. He gets sidetracked as Ojo and Trilo are arguing over what game to play yet again, but they quickly find a compromise, singing a song about how everyone has work to do and asking the kids what they want to be when they grow up. After he finishes picking berries, Pip and Pop show up and complain how they never have work to do, which Bear helps them see how false that statement is.
We did more work than anybody.
Well, let's not get carried away here.
After a long day's work, they all take a bath before night falls and Luna swings by for a visit. And for future reference, from now on I will be including the episodes as they come up, so if at any point during the remainder of this there is suddenly a drop in quality when it comes to the footage or a logo appears in the bottom of the screen, you'll know why. At the end of each season, I want to do a general discussion about that run of episodes, talking about any overall themes or just random things I've noticed in my revisitation of the show so far. One of my main goals with this project was to see how my relationship with Bear would change as an adult and how I would grow to view him. Because in recent years there has been this purveying image of Bear as this wise caretaker, the only adult in the room, and that viewpoint is not entirely wrong, but in actually watching the episodes, you find Bear at his core is just a big silly guy. He loves making bad puns and is always well equipped with a charming dad joke, not sensible by any means. I had built up this idea that Bear was a calming presence who acts against the chaos created by the other characters, but that's not true at all, because Bear happens to love the chaos to an extent and will often just roll with it. However, the series also demonstrates how Bear has these natural impulses he is powerless to resist. Case in point, the Bear Cha-Cha-Cha. During its initial few appearances, the song isn't all too notable since it's just the characters wanting to dance. But then you arrive at the Big Little Visitor, which reveals there is a whole other dimension to this thing. The Bear Cha-Cha-Cha is a completely involuntary compulsion dictated whenever Bear gets a specific feeling. It doesn't matter where he is or what he's doing, if he starts getting that feeling, he is compelled to cha-cha-cha. However, when said feeling isn't present, he is perfectly capable of resisting, as shown in Listen Up. I doubt we'll end up getting more info on the almost hypnotic effect this dance has on Bear, but it is something to ponder. Another thing I noticed is how the show subtly plays with its formula throughout. Almost all the episodes contain the same basic building blocks but go about presenting them differently. What I mean is similar events take place every episode but rarely in the same order, which does a lot to keep things interesting. The only constant is the episode opening with Bear welcoming the viewer into his home and ending with him talking with Luna, but everything in between is anyone's guess. And while we're talking about the structure of the series, I want to expand on how they go about making the audience feel like an active part of the story as opposed to a passive observer without having to talk down to them. One detail I quickly noticed is how rarely the series ever jumps forward in the day, giving the episodes this sort of seamless flow. If a scene ends in the living room, the next one will most likely take place in the kitchen, and vice versa. Adding to this idea, we are just following Bear around his house for the day, which draws attention to how intricate the set of the Big Blue House is, making it feel like an actual lived-in place that we are fortunate enough to visit because it's just an incredibly cool place to hang out. The chances of me being able to buy a house before my expiration date are slim, however, if it ever happens, I want to have a swing in my living room like Bear does. One thing I hadn't anticipated was how funny the series often is. There are two segments of each episode I vividly remember disliking as a kid, often fast forwarding through them because I found them boring. Yet upon this rewatch, I found a new level of enjoyment in both of them. The What Do You Think segments are surprisingly fun because most of the time it's the kids giving their thoughts on the topic of the episode, but occasionally the line delivery as well as the quick cuts create some great moments.
When I swim underwater, it feels like I'm cutting through a soft potato. My mom gets bills, my dad gets bills, I never get a bill.
I like to swim, and my mommy thought I was gonna be a human, but I'm a dolphin.
But the biggest surprise I've had was how much I love Shadow's stories, which as a kid used to creep me out a lot. I didn't like how the puppets moved and saw them as unnecessary interruptions to the story, yet now they are something I actively look forward to for how creative and surreal they are. Once per episode, Bear finds Shadow who tells him a story, often repurposing a classic nursery rhyme or folk song, but with this almost satirical approach where the characters often pause to comment on how ridiculous the situation is.
All the king's horses, and all the king's men couldn't put Humpty together again.
Well, of course we can't put him back together again. Have you ever seen a horse try to glue anything back together? It's absolutely ridiculous. Well, they can't even hold on to the glue pot.
I would not be surprised if this is where a lot of my generation started getting their humour from.
Mama called the doctor.
Oh, Doc, what will I do with my monkeys?
And the doctor said...
No more monkeys jumping on the bed. And take 2 aspirin and call me in the morning.
The final thing I have to discuss in this section is my thoughts on how Luna has been presented thus far. Luna is Bear's good friend, who also just happens to be the moon. Every night she momentarily descends to the big blue house to talk to Bear and learn about what he and his friends have been up to that day. When I began this project, nothing could have prepared me for how much that uncanny circle would haunt my every waking thought, because, and I am being completely serious here, Luna might be one of the most tragic characters ever created. The show presents her as this warm and kind presence, yet can't help but occasionally drop these hints as to how lonely and sad she truly is.
Hey, Luna, when is your birthday?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm too old to remember, Bear. It seems like I've just always been up here lighting up the sky.
She is a wise, immortal spirit bound by her role in the universe who is acutely aware of her importance. Despite this, she can't help but be fascinated by the simple joys of life, even though she is only able to experience them by observing from afar.
And Trilo made a tent in the bedroom.
I've always wished I could fit under a tent. They look like such fun.
Luna has known Bear ever since he was a cub, as he becomes pretty much her only point of contact with the planet's surface. So every night she escapes to the big blue house to hear what Bear and his friends have been up to. This is her only source of respite, yet she can only stay a few minutes per visit, else she would upset the delicate balance of nature. And while Bear can appear somewhat aware of this intense longing his friend feels, there is little he can do to help her, aside from continuing to let her live vicariously through him. However, the harsh reality is, that can't last forever, as Luna will long outlive Bear and everyone else. Which makes you wonder how many people Luna has grown close to in the past, only to witness them growing old and eventually passing on. I know it sounds ridiculous assigning so much pathos and depth to a character from a Playhouse Disney show, but I'm not pulling this out of nowhere. With the completion of Season 1, I have been using Bear in the Big Blue House to improve my quality of living for about 7 weeks now. And so far, I have found this project to be rather successful and effective. While there are certain things I need to keep working on, I am already seeing massive improvements in my general well-being that are having a positive impact on my life. I'm spending more time outside, exercising regularly, making healthier choices, and working through a lot of these long-standing mental blockades to find this peace and fulfillment within myself that not too long ago seemed impossible to achieve. Overall, I am so pleased and proud of myself for all the work I've put into this project so far, and I'd imagine Bear would feel the same way. Though I shouldn't pat myself on the back too much. That may be 26 episodes down, but there are still 91 left to go. So let's waste no more time and jump right into Season 2. Season 2 of Bear in the Big Blue House premiered in June of 1998 and would run until February of 1999, consisting of 39 episodes, making it the longest season in the show's run. The season opens with the episode Oh Baby Baby, in which Tudor is left to babysit his little cousin Blutter. However, he doesn't quite understand the concept of babies.
She can help me clean up my mouse hole. You know,
Cutter, babies can't even walk yet. I don't think Blotter's going to be much help at cleaning.
Thus, Bear explains it to him. The episode is, of course, about babies, as we learn Pip and Pop can communicate with them, while Trilo grows jealous of all the attention Blutter is receiving and starts acting out. When Bear goes to talk with him about this, we are treated to a song that reveals Bear has been taking care of Trilo since he was a baby. The first time we've gotten concrete details about the backstory of any of these characters, and it's a very sweet moment for the two of them.
You know, Bear, every baby is another chance for the world to be a better place.
Episode 2, Raiders of the Lost Cheese, is all about exploration and discovery, as well as how we never stop learning about the world around us. While rummaging through the attic, Ojo and Tudor discover a map leading to buried treasure.
Whosoever finds this map is welcome to all my cheese, and it's signed TTT.
Bear, did you just say T-T-T?
Yeah, TTT.
The cheese belonged to Tudor's grandfather, a great explorer who ventured far beyond the Big Blue House, which is communicated through a gospel number as Tudor celebrates being the mouse to potentially discover his grandfather's lost fortune. Though when everyone finds the cheese, it has obviously gone bad and is completely inedible, but all is not lost as Tudor notices something else in the chest.
Oh, and look, on the back. It's engraved with the initials TTT.
My great-grandfather? This was my great-grandfather's compass, Bear!
I think there's a very obvious message here about stepping outside your comfort zone to discover new things about your environment. In fact, I've arguably been doing that this year already to an extent. When Tammy visited, we went out and I had ramen for the first time, which was sensational. Then later, when I visited my family, I found this cute little establishment that was part cafe, part record store in town. Though now that it was something I was focusing on, I believe it deserved a proper introduction. Thus, I met up with my friend Dee, and eventually we settled on a local Thai restaurant, one we had likely passed hundreds of times, yet never actually went in, which I'm now kicking myself for because the pad thai was gorgeous. My goal with this particular item is expanding my palate by trying more international food, like this Himalayan place, where I tried some aloo paratha, which is like this deep-fried potato bread that I loved, trying to broaden my horizons and be open to new experiences. Episode 3, titled The Big Sleep, shakes things up as we visit the Big Blue House in the evening to find Bear winding down for the night.
I just love bedtime, with nothing but the sounds of the crickets, the wind.
Hey, Bear!
Ojo. Ojo?
So Bear forgot that he promised everyone a sleepover tonight as he mourns the loss of his quiet evening alone. However, everyone soon realizes they forgot to brush their non-existent teeth, leading to the song Brush Brush Brush, which will become another reoccurring bit in future episodes. After Bear reads them all a story, we cut outside for a moment where we find Luna waiting just above the house.
He's just standing there, menacingly!
Later, Ojo wakes up from a nightmare as Bear comforts her by singing a song about replacing negative thoughts with positive ones in order to chase the monsters away, so to speak. But there's still one more thing he has to do before turning in, so off he goes to find
Luna?
Oh. Hello, Bear.
I'm sorry, Luna. Were you asleep?
Just a little nap, Bear. Even the moon needs to catch a few winks now and again.
as the two discuss the night and how important sleep is. We'll come back to this one later. Season 2, Episode 4 is titled Clear as a Bell and opens with Bear receiving a language tape in the mail which he has ordered so he can talk to his Spanish friend Ursa. However, that will have to wait as Tudor has lost his voice, causing Bear to call Doc Hogg, a character we'll meet formally later this season, who advises plenty of quiet time.
Now, to make sure that you rest your voice, this is a special bell. You use this bell anytime you need something. Just ring it, and I will come running to get whatever you need. Okay?
Needless to say, Bear doesn't even make it out of the kitchen before his first summon, as the mouse requires some water.
Yes, Tudor? What is it? I'm sorry, I can't hear you. What?
This is an episode about ensuring your feelings and wants are heard by communicating effectively with the people around you, which is something I have a problem with, often bottling up my feelings and acting like my wants don't matter, which isn't good, so I'm adding communicate my feelings more to the list. Episode 5, Good Times, sees everyone wanting to spend time with Bear today, thus they decide to make a schedule. Though Trilo is disappointed his activity is at the end of the day, despite the thing he wants to do being watch the sunset. Bear spends the day working through the schedule, but is unable to find time for what he wants to do, make some honey tea. Though maybe he wouldn't have that problem if he wasn't stopping every 5 minutes for an impromptu musical number. Because Trilo has waited patiently all day, Bear has a surprise, introducing him, and by extension us, to his friend Ray the Sun.
See you tomorrow. Bye.
Bye-bye, Ray. Thank you. Wow, what a beautiful sunset. Now, wasn't that worth waiting for?
Yeah, dear. Taylor loves sunset.
Yeah, me too.
With the day finally over, Bear goes to see Luna and tell her about everything.
Oh, how is old Ray?
He was great, and what a bright and beautiful sunset he gave us. You should have seen it.
Oh, you know, Bear, sometimes I'm so busy, being the moon and all, that I don't always have time to see the sunset.
She just wants to watch the sunset, but she can't, because she's a moon. Lesson for this one is value my time more, but in a practical sense, it means I should start making a schedule in regards to this project. Especially now that the list is getting to a point where things can very easily start to fall through the cracks. In Season 2, Episode 6, You Learn Something New Every Day, Bear receives an envelope informing him he is the winner of a free Mambo lesson, with his instructor scheduled to arrive later. The theme of the day is learning, which is introduced by Ojo, who is pretending to be a teacher. Bear is alerted when Tutter calls him up to the attic, where the small mouse is dealing with an all-too relatable problem.
Here I am searching for a nice book to look at. I pick up this one, and it's all numbers!
Yet Bear is able to help him learn basic math by using his special interest, cheese. Side note, the story time with Shadow in this episode might be my favourite so far. It takes the classic 1-2 buckle my shoe nursery rhyme and transforms it into this overly detailed instructional video.
How to shut a door. First, the door must be open. Grasp the doorknob firmly and push the door shut. But gee, what do I do if the door opens the other way? Just pull the door towards you to shut it.
Bear's instructor arrives as it turns out to be Grandma Fludder, who teaches them all how to do the Grandma Mambo.
When you learn something, you can teach it to others.
Yeah, Luna. I love that.
It's just something I learned a long time ago.
I think trying to learn something new every day is a great idea, and luckily I have the perfect thing for it. Some years back, I had a phase where I got really into pub quizzes, so for Christmas, my friends got me this, with 10,000 questions ranging from history and science to film and TV. From this point on, I will read a random fact from this book every day. Then for the rest of the video, I will randomly insert them here and there, so hopefully you can learn some new things too. Case in point, fun fact, did you know a squirrel's nest is called a dray? Episode 7 of Season 2 is called Back to Nature, and is about Ojo becoming scared of a bee as Bear tries to help her through her fear. Once that's been resolved though, everyone just kind of spends the day admiring different kinds of wildlife, showcasing the importance every living creature has in this world. As for what I got for it, I believe it's all about the pleasant feeling of being present in nature, which is something I could stand to do more of. So one day, instead of taking my usual route around the park, I decided to cross the river and head into this large open forest area, which was a joy to explore, especially when I realised how long it had been since I had ventured anywhere like this. Growing up in the countryside, so much of my childhood was spent running around woodlands pretending I was the hero of some epic fantasy, while also being cautious because of all the urban legends about crazy cannibals who lived there. I never quite realised just how much I missed all that since moving to a city. As I continued walking and getting attacked by flies, I wondered how far I'd actually travelled. Where was this all taking me? What awaited me at the end? Well, sometimes it's about the journey more than the destination. On the way back, I entered this open area, allowing me to see how far I'd actually walked, which did fill me with a sense of accomplishment. Episode 8, the Ojo Olympics, is the first of 3 Season 2 episodes missing from Disney+. Ojo has collected a bunch of random sports equipment in the living room because she wants to play something but can't decide on what. And I did laugh at this moment where Bear puts down the football only for it to immediately roll onto the floor and stop right under him, so he just keeps kicking it around for the rest of the scene. Being no closer to making a selection, Ojo decides the logical thing to do is invent her own sport, but why stop there when she can make a sport for everyone in the big blue house?
Ojo, this sounds like the Olympics. Oh, the Olympics are different sports athletes from all over the world come to play.
Yeah, except it's not the Olympics, Bear.
It's not?
It's the Ojo Olympics!
News gets around fast as everyone has already heard of the Ojo Olympics and begins training for their events. Tudor, however, is taking it far more seriously than everyone else, insisting that not only will he be taking part in every game, but he will be the best in all of them, resulting in him quickly becoming frustrated when he discovers he's simply not good at many of the events.
Can't expect to be really good at everything.
Oh, I know, Bear, I know. But I wanted to be really good at something. Oh, hey, Tudor, there is one more competition.
The final event, though, is the Mouse Limbo, which allows him a single win. Also, what's a guy gotta do to get their hands on an In Bear We Trust medal? Because I really want one of those. Fun fact, did you know scientists believed a Stegosaurus's backplate helped keep it comfortable by acting as a cooling mechanism? Season 2, Episode 9, The Great Pretender, explores a theme we've seen crop up once or twice before, how Tudor often struggles when it comes to playing pretend.
I just don't get it, Bear. I've tried and I've tried, but I just can't.
But Tudor, everybody can pretend. You just have to use your imagination.
No, Bear, I'm telling you, it's hopeless. A mouse is a mouse, Bear, for better or worse.
This gives Bear an idea, though, as he pretends to be a mouse, prompting Tutter to critique his performance.
Maybe I should try something else.
Yeah. Good idea, Bear. Good idea. Whew.
Oink, oink.
Good, what's that?
Oink, oink, oink.
Let me guess.
Oink, oink.
A pig?
That's right. Oink, oink. Pretty good, huh?
No, pigs don't sound like that, Bear.
Oh, well, Tudor, what does a pig sound like?
Okay. For starters, Bear, they do a lot of... You see that? That's called snorting. Like that, see? And of course the ever-popular...
Eventually, Bear reveals his deception, showing Tutter that he is good at pretending.
You make a great pig!
The benefits of playing pretend are something I've become well aware of this past year. Only instead of role-playing as barn animals, it has taken the form of my friend group's Dungeons & Dragons campaign, which has become this positive outlet for me to express myself as well as improve my skills when it comes to improv. With the completion of Season 2, Episode 9, I had been working on this project for around 4 months and had covered 35 episodes in total, which amounts to around 40% of the entire show. However, I had to take a little break at this point because I was going on a very special trip. Towards the end of last year, I decided to fly to America by myself to attend MomoCon with a bunch of my YouTuber friends, and it had finally arrived. But if you want to learn more about what I got up to and how it all went, including meeting the creators of the Owl House and Amphibia, seeing the Muppets up close and personal, as well as making a bunch of new friends, I have a full video that covers all that. But once I finally got back and was able to rest, it was time to continue with Season 2. The 10th episode of Season 2, titled It's All in Your Head, is about Bear preparing to surprise his friends with a trip to the fair.
That's why I have all these strings on my fingers. These strings will help me remember everything I have to do to get ready.
The theme of our story is memory, which Bear sings about, and damn, another banger! I was having a great time with the songs in Season 1, but so far this season has really raised the bar. I also just want to point out how incredible Noel McNeil is at the puppetry of Bear during musical portions, because this is the first time I noticed that during held notes, his mouth movements perfectly match Noel's use of vibrato even when he's dancing. He truly is just a master of the craft. Bear tries to remember everything he has to do today while occasionally helping his friends with their own memory issues, where Trilo does his best Tutter impression.
You're welcome, Trilo.
Bear heads up to the attic to retrieve his basket, only to be startled by Tutter, who went upstairs to find his sun hat but got distracted when he found something else. It'd be nice if this mouse would stop calling me out for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Bear.
See, Trilo, that's how you do it. Bear gets pulled into the orbit of Tutter's undiagnosed ADHD as they look through old photo albums, reminiscing to a point where they lose track of time and still have yet to clean up the house before they leave. I guess we just hang around the house until they return and we learn just what a great time they all had, which doesn't give me FOMO at all. Fun fact, hummingbirds are the only birds with the ability to fly backwards. Season 2, Episode 11, Oops My Mistake, sees a letter arriving at the big blue house that was meant for Doc Hogg, and as such is about mistakes, how it's okay to make them, and how sometimes they can lead to something amazing, which is a perspective I've never really seen explored before.
The Tower of Pisa turned out great. even though it started as a big mistake.
During all this, he continues trying to reach Doc Hogg to inform him of the misplaced mail, but keeps getting put through to the wrong number by Woodland Valley's hard-of-hearing operator named Lois. Eventually, he learns how to cheat the system, leading to the first on-screen appearance of Doc Hogg, played by Tyler Bunch, a fast-talking yet absent-minded gentleman who becomes very easily distracted. In other words, he's me for real. This episode actually contains the backstory as to how Bear met Pip and Pop, where he kicked a ball too far, leading him to discover the otter pond. Wild of them to drop this insane piece of lore so casually in a random episode.
Well, see you later, Luna.
Bear? Aren't you forgetting something?
Huh?
The goodbye song.
Oh, right. Luna, would you mind singing the goodbye song with me before you go?
I'd love to, Bear. I'd love to.
I'm very bad when it comes to making mistakes. When they happen, I tend to either lie my way out of it or pretend that it didn't happen at all, while internally I will not stop beating myself up about it. I don't know why I do it, likely some internalized reason from my childhood, but I've never really tried to confront it to a point where it has become a reflex for me. So it's time to take responsibility for my mistakes and be honest about them. Season 2, episode 12 is called Bear's Birthday Bash, and you'll never guess what the Big Blue House is celebrating.
And you know what I like to do on my birthday? I like to have a nice, quiet day, relaxing with my friends, doing nothing at all.
But the others cannot comprehend this very simple request, demonstrating the dichotomy between birthdays as a kid and birthdays as an adult, as Ojo brings us into the foyer where, since Bear is doing nothing, everyone else introduces our word of the day. It seems they all have the supernatural ability to make objects appear on screen, aside from Tutter, who is very confused, which did get a good laugh out of me.
A cake!
Hey, where'd the cake come from?
But soon the idea of giving Bear something spirals until they arrive at throwing him a surprise party. To keep him distracted, they instigate a Bear cha-cha-cha, once again making me question if Bear is truly powerless against the pull of this dance, but it gives everyone a chance to decorate the living room. But when Bear is about to stumble upon the party before it's ready, everyone suggests they take a bath, which is by far the most creative way they've reused old footage so far. Even though it doesn't exactly work, with the idea being Bear is supposed to be doing this all while the others are setting up the party, but they are also in all these clips. When they still need more time, Ojo brings in the big guns and calls upon Shadow to keep him distracted while they finish setting up. Despite Bear's earlier insistence of not wanting a fuss, he is overjoyed by the party.
I'd have sent you a card, but you know, there aren't any mailboxes on the moon.
I greatly enjoyed this episode for how it played around with the show's formula, having the other characters lead a majority of it, even if certain parts felt a bit derivative of Season 1's Mouse Party. I hope if there's more birthday episodes in the future, they can find a slightly more unique angle. Fun fact, did you know a bee is able to visit up to 40 flowers in a minute? In Season 2, Episode 13, Picture This, Bear wants to take pictures of his favourite things in the Big Blue House to send to Ursa, with Bear talking about how you can make pictures with pretty much anything.
Now whether you paint it or whether you draw it, wherever you found it, wherever you saw it, caught it in a camera or perhaps just thought it, you're getting a picture of life.
All of Bear's friends also want their picture taken, which he obliges, but throughout the day, everyone keeps taking the camera, until the reveal that the others have taken it upon themselves to make Ursa's picture book. But there's still one more picture left to take.
Come on, everybody.
Oh, yeah! Woohoo! Here we go!
Hey, would you take our picture for us? Thanks. Okay, guys, get ready. Okay. Ready? Focus. 1, 2, 3. Cheese! What a great picture!
So the timing of when I was watching this episode was quite serendipitous. On the way back from MomoCon, I stayed with Tammy for the night in London, where she gave me this little box that can print out digital photos on a Polaroid. So I had the idea to make a scrapbook that would showcase the journey I've been on this year. However, every time I would sit down to work on it, I'd become so overwhelmed because I didn't know where to start. Until eventually I got to a point where I printed out a bunch of images I wanted to use. though seeing them all together made me finally realise why I was so hesitant before. I didn't want to make a scrapbook. What I really wanted was to create a massive photo collage that encapsulates the entire year in a single frame. And once I figured that out, I was on a roll, starting to plan it out and put a few bits together. I can't wait to continue working on this over the coming months. Season 2, episode 14, The Big Blue House Call, is about everyone getting ready for Doc Hogg to come by and give them a checkup, with Pip and Pop in their excitement pretending to be doctors who are just begging to be sued for malpractice. Doc Hogg arrives and sings a song of his own, but by the end they discover Ojo has run off, hiding away in the bedroom because she's afraid she'll be given a shot.
A vaccination is a shot that helps keep you from getting sick later on. It's important to get all your vaccinations when you're little, so you stay healthy as you grow up. They're good for you.
See? Told you this show still has lessons for adults.
Doctors are very special people. They spend all their time helping others and making them feel better.
That's true, Luna. They help keep us healthy.
True.
Something I'm not proud of is, despite having moved away from my parents years ago, I had still yet to register with my local doctors, meaning any time I've come down with something, I've pretty much been on my own, which I cannot stress enough was a very reckless and stupid thing to do. And after watching The Big Blue House Call, I realised I needed to do this, so I headed over, filled out the paperwork, and got myself registered, which does give me slightly more peace of mind. Fun fact, did you know that cheeses in cooler climates require less salt when being made? Changes in the Air is what we call Season 2, Episode 15. Doc Hogg is set to be coming by yet again, which I will never complain about because I cannot get enough of this guy. But unfortunately, he can't make it.
There's a bad cold going on around down at the swamp, and I'm a little, swamped.
This episode is about change. For real this time, not like last season where I had to read between the lines to find it. Here it's about looking at change as the thing that keeps the world turning and helps life stay exciting.
If there's one thing I've learned, it's that change is something you can always count on. Why, every year, I see the seasons change from winter to spring, to summer to fall, and back to winter again.
Season 2, Episode 16 is titled Look What I Made. Tudor has invented a mousapult so he can get to the cheese drawer on his own, but his calculations are slightly off.
Tudor!
The episode is about inventing, but I'd argue it's more so focused on problem solving, as Bear attempts to get Pip and Pop's ball after he gets stuck in a tree. When Bear sees Trilo using salad tongs as a grabber, he realises how to get Pip and Pop's ball down. He just needs to make them long enough, thus he heads to the drawing board.
It's time for me to test my invention for the very first time.
Oh boy, oh boy! I hope this works. I hope.
Reach,
Yes.
more.
Oh, careful.
Hey, it worked! It worked!
Yay, Bear! Woo!
After retrieving the ball, Bear heads back inside to witness Tudor finally get his mousapult working just in time to go tell Luna all about it.
Well, you know, Bear, from where I hang up here in the clouds, I've seen some great inventions. Why, I remember when they invented the wheel.
Wow, that must have been a long time ago.
Well, Bear, I have been around for a long time. After all, I am the moon.
The 17th episode of the second season is titled If at First You Don't Succeed, which centres around the idea of practice and not giving up in the face of adversity. Ojo is pretending to be a big bear today by helping with some berry picking, though this also includes her taking on some responsibility as a secondary host, helping explain the theme of the episode to the audience and introducing the What Do You Think segment.
Well, what do you think?
Very good, Ojo.
Growing up, I only had a single Bear in the Big Blue House DVD, and this was one of the episode featured, meaning I was able to recall a surprising amount of the dialogue and visuals, especially the scene with the Aloha Otter hoops and the songs. Later on, Ojo alerts Bear when she sees something in the bushes and starts freaking out, though it's revealed to only be her rabbit friend from the season 1 finale. Ojo is upset because how can she ever be a big bear if she gets scared, only for Bear to remind her that everyone gets scared sometimes, as they head back into the house to make some pie. But who cares about all that when we've got a new piece of Luna law to hyperfixate on?
It took some practice for me to learn to rise and set over the earth.
It did?
Oh, yes. And peeking out from behind the clouds took a few tries as well.
With this episode being about the importance of practice, it is very relatable to me and does link back to trying to stop putting so much pressure on myself or beating myself up over mistakes. But I think if there's one moral that is most crucial to the project so far, it's this one. I need to allow myself more grace and accept that I will never be perfect.
They say that practice makes perfect, but even if it makes it just a little bit better, that's okay too.
Fun fact, did you know there are over 140 different varieties of chili peppers grown in Mexico? This was yet another appropriate timing for an episode, as it came right before I had to take another week off this project, so that I could focus on performing in a local production of The Addams Family, as well as getting ready to move out of the house I've lived in for the past 2 years. This meant attempting to declutter by cutting down on the amount of stuff I own. I would absolutely describe myself as a maximalist. Or in other words, a hoarder. The idea of getting rid of something deeply upsets me for no logical reason, so this was a difficult process of me deciding what to keep with me, what to keep but send back to my parents' house, and what to get rid of entirely. But by the end, I think I did a pretty good job, as this move started to feel much more doable. This also meant I could start the process of moving over some bags and boxes beforehand. All the work I'd done moving things over to the new place was beneficial because it meant less work to be done on the actual day, which was good because I got very little sleep the night before, cleaning every millimetre of that room, which included moving all the furniture and vacuuming like crazy until it looked like I'd never been there, which I gotta say was a weird experience. But eventually I took one last look around and handed in my key, then it was time to leave. I'll admit, it did feel a bit sad walking out of there for the final time, but then I remembered where I was going. Once all my stuff was moved in, I wasted no time getting myself set up, filling my room with various collectibles and trinkets, and soon enough, it was already starting to feel like home. So, after moving, I had an elongated mental health episode, mainly due to some unexpected financial issues, as well as the stress and fatigue from my current job while I'm struggling to find a new one, which left me rather despondent. These and a few other things snowballed into an eventual breakdown while we were out celebrating a friend's birthday, which only added this guilt on top of everything. My initial plan was to take 2 weeks off after I moved to get myself properly settled, then pick things back up again. But it has now been well over a month, and I feel like in certain ways my progress has been reset. Though I will say that I have now gotten to a place where even with a low mental health, I am still managing to cook and clean up after myself more often than not, which is better than nothing. Now that I'm on the upswing though, it's time to finally start things back up again, and since I'm a few weeks behind, we're gonna do a lightning round of 10 episodes to try and get myself back up to speed. Season 2, episode 18, titled All Weather Bear, opens by introducing a new area of the Big Blue House, the porch, where Bear goes to greet Ray and perform a duet. This episode is about the unpredictability of weather and the beauty that can be found within it, even though at times it can seem like an inconvenience.
Luna, it's so hard to know what the weather will be. Why is that?
Well, Bear, it's hard to know when the sun or rain or winds will come, but one thing is for sure. The world needs all of them, and it's good that they come when they do.
True.
It's very much an expansion from what I took away from Eat, Drink, Juice and Be Merry last season, with making the most of a bad situation, but with a heavier emphasis on trying to be prepared, which I am going to take very literally because I'll admit I am very bad when it comes to accounting for potential changes in the weather, leaving the house without a jacket or not bringing an umbrella. The amount of times I've walked home in the pouring rain wearing a t-shirt and shorts is immeasurable, and something I could try to remedy, even if it's as simple as ensuring I always have that stuff whenever I leave the house, which was probably the easiest task I've taken on thus far. Our next lesson is brought to us by Season 2, Episode 19, I Built That, which centres around the act of building things as Bear has ordered a birdhouse kit in the mail. Jacques, his French beaver friend, who was previously introduced in Oops My Mistake, offers his assistance only to insist they don't need instructions.
Don't you think it's a little big?
Big? Of course it's big, Bear! How else would it hold 50 birds and their families?
Well, that's terrific, Jacques.
Meanwhile, Tudor and the Otters transform a box into a restaurant, while Ojo struggles to build a tower for her castle, but refuses to give up. This episode was quite nostalgic for me, not because I have any memories of it specifically, but because growing up, I used to love building things. Any box left lying around would soon find itself part of my latest project. But as an adult who spends most of their free time sat in front of a computer, I think I forgot the joy that can come from physically making something with your own hands and watching it all come together. Fun fact, did you know the person with the record for the most Oscars won for acting is Katharine Hepburn, who received 4 awards during her lifetime for Best Actress? Tudor's Tiny Trip is the title of the following episode. Tudor has planned an all-day trip with Grandma Flutter, which he is being incredibly normal about, as always.
Tudor, what about all of this cheese? I mean, don't you think you only need one piece?
I know, Bear, but which one? I can't leave the rest behind. How would they feel? What a cruel choice to have to make!
The word of the day is travel, as Bear and Ojo sing about the joys of journeying, whether it be somewhere near or far. You know, ever since my trip to MomoCon, I've found a lot of my anxieties surrounding travel have since relaxed, which is good because, to be honest, that whole adventure made me understand just how limited and small my world had been till then, which just makes me want to get out and see more. Though taking a new trip every week would likely be my most financially irresponsible decision ever, and that is saying something, so while it won't be a regular occurrence, if the opportunity arises every so often, I want to be more open to travelling, even if it is by myself. Season 2, episode 11, Dance Fever, sees a peaceful day in the Big Blue House be interrupted by Trilo, who has got a serious case of dance fever. I mean, just look at him, he's breaking out in jives. He is disappointed to find no one else is in the mood to dance with him, till he conjures the almighty power known as the Bear Cha-Cha-Cha. Our word of the day is dancing, which is totally different from the episode about dance from the previous season because this one's a verb. Though Trilo is not quite done yet, as he starts sending Tudor subliminal messages. Eventually they all submit to Trilo and dance the day away. Whoops, wrong episode. Though it backfires when Trilo quickly grows tuckered out as Grandma Flutter arrives to do the mambo, leading to him getting a taste of his own medicine. Season 2, episode 22, Afraid Not, takes place during yet another stormy day as everyone else is scared by the thunder, which is the theme of this story. How fear is a natural and healthy response that allows us to be careful around things that may be potentially dangerous. Once Bear calms everyone down, they head off to play hide and seek, only for Tudor to unfortunately discover Pip and Pop.
Two-headed purple flower monster!
Once again, I cannot praise Peter Lince enough. Later on, once everyone has relaxed thanks to Shadow and the storm has passed, Bear goes to tell Luna about their eventful day.
Everyone gets afraid now and then, even me.
Really? But what do you do when you're afraid?
Well, I learned a long time ago that if I just take a minute and wait, I almost always feel better. It's the secret to being brave. You do it a minute at a time.
That might be the most insightful thing I've heard from the show thus far. I'm sure from everything I've talked about in this project, you can deduce that I am someone who becomes afraid very easily, and when that happens, I find it difficult to be proactive. But I find the idea of looking at it through the perspective of trying to be brave 1 minute at a time oddly comforting. I found it especially helpful around this time of year as I started to apply for jobs and attend interviews, which was quite nerve-wracking as it had been nearly 2 years since I'd done any of that. And while so far none of them have panned out, either not being offered the job or having to turn it down for one reason or another, tackling them with this mantra has made things a heck of a lot easier. In one of them, I even got some feedback from the guy who told me that he could tell I was nervous, however I didn't let that throw me. So I must be doing something right, and hopefully it's only a matter of time before something good comes along and my financial woes can be resolved. Fun fact, did you know the study of mushrooms is referred to as mytology? Season 2, episode 23 is titled I Gotta Be Me, and sees Bear wanting to find a new look.
Hello, everybody. How are you? It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood.
He's called into the living room by Ojo, who has progressed from pillow forts and block towers to full-on construction, as she has built herself her own theatre to put on a show about and starring her.
And there's a song, too. Me, 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 me. Me, 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 me.
Ojo is warming up to sing.
Oh, no, Bear. I'm not warming up. That's the song!
Today's episode is about confidence and things that can help you feel good about yourself.
And hey, why should you feel any other way?
This episode had a lot of scenes and messages that spoke to me, especially with what I've been going through this past month. The Otter's appearance sees Pop wanting to show Bear how good he is at balancing a ball on his head, saying he can do it forever, but is devastated when he fails his demonstration. Bear convinces him that rather than trying to balance the ball forever, start by attempting to do it for a little while. This does very much link in with the whole project. I've been so hard on myself for how last month went that I'm forgetting all the good changes I'd made prior to that. Then later, Bear finds Todder, who is feeling rather down because there's so much in the big world the little mouse doesn't understand, to a point where he questions if he'll ever get anywhere in life, which has given him a low self-esteem.
But Todder, I know you, and when you want to do something, you always find a way of doing it. And as you grow up, you'll learn new things. You just have to be the best Todder you can be.
Really?
And this idea is also carried through into the final scene with Luna.
Well, as big as I am hanging up here in the night sky, I look out on the world too. And what I see is how everyone has something wonderful and special about them.
Any show can tell you to be yourself, but Bear in the Big Blue House gives you the tools to follow through with its calming tone, affirmative messages, and having the characters themselves deal with these issues. It's one of the many reasons I love the show, and believe that not only is it one of the best, but that it can still be useful and applied even into adulthood. I guess what the episode is trying to say is to focus on what makes you unique, and after trying to come up with something relating to that, I settled on making a list of the things I like about myself and sticking that to my door. And every week, I'll have to add at least one new bullet point till I filled out the whole page. Yeah, I know it's cliche, but I'm over 5 months into this. Cut me some slack. Fun fact, did you know 40% of today's medicine is derived from rainforest plants? So, might be a good idea to keep them around. Just saying. Season 2, episode 24, Bugging, is about bugs and their importance, though Todder isn't a fan, so Bear tries to calm him down, which goes well until...
Hey, everybody! Oh, hi! Hi, Ojo!
Hey, Ojo!
Hi!
Ojo, I thought you were out looking for your bug.
Yeah, well, I was, and I followed her right in the front door. What?
The bug's in the house! The bug's in the house! Red alert! Ah!
The trio head off to find the insect, only for her to find Todder first, though he ends up befriending the bug, who is called Bertha, once he understands how useful they are at protecting his garden from weeds. They take Bertha home, only for Pip and Pop to appear with something cool to show them.
Ooh, great! A bump on a branch! Hey, that's a show!
Later they return to the house, as Todder is excited to explore his new interest in bugs with Ojo.
Aren't we forgetting something?
Brushing our teeth?
No.
Cleaning up the house?
No.
Oh.
Doing the cha-cha-cha?
No.
Oh.
We were just outside, crawling around in the dirt, looking at bugs.
Yeah,
Maybe we should do a little cleaning of our own, maybe upstairs,
Season 2, episode 25, the second episode of the season to be omitted from Disney Plus, is titled... Take a wild guess what our word of the day is.
Love.
The story explores not only the varying methods of expressing our love, but also the different ways we love.
Love is like a flashlight. You can shine it anywhere. On your sister, or your goldfish, or even on your favorite bear.
One detail I haven't noted yet is the reason this theme is brought up is because Bear can't stop thinking about how great Luna is and can't wait to see her that night. The loving bliss is interrupted when Ojo and Todder get into a fight over a broken airplane toy, leading to them both declaring they are no longer friends.
Todder, we can work this out. And work this out. Right, Ojo? Ojo? Don't you think we should... Ojo?
Despite Bear's best efforts, neither Ojo nor Todder are willing to patch things up and apologise, so he momentarily stops in the living room where Pip and Pop are singing their own love song.
Sing it, fellas.
L-O-V-E love.
Uh-huh.
I really need to start recording my reactions to these episodes, because what even is this show sometimes? Also, is it just me, or is the cinematography for the musical numbers in this episode so much more interesting than usual? Especially moments like this that really sell the music video vibe of these.
Wow, what a great story.
Can Shadow physically interact with stuff? Oh my god, this changes everything. I need to go think about this for a while. Oh, yeah, Ojo and Toda make up, by the way, and everyone shut up because Toda is singing again.
We're friends till there's no more cheese to share.
We can honestly just wrap it up here, because I doubt the show is ever going to be able to top this, though I'm happy to be proven wrong.
Oh, yes, we're friends, no matter what may happen. Friends forever, you and me. You and me. Me and you.
With that, it is finally late enough for Bear to go visit his good friend Luna.
I don't know how to say this, but I was really missing you today.
Oh, really, Bear?
Yeah. I don't know why. I really love our talks and, well, Luna, I love you.
Oh, well, Bear, I love you too. And Bear, you know that even when I'm not around, I'm always thinking of you.
In all seriousness, this was a phenomenal episode, easily my favourite they've done to this point, with a nice reminder that you can always do more to show your loved ones how you feel about them, because you never know when it'll be your final chance to do so. Fun fact, did you know bananas, as well as being high in potassium, also contain vitamin B9, which holds antidepressant properties? Well, say no more. Season 2, Episode 26, It's a Mystery to Me, sees the residents of the Big Blue House enraptured by their favourite radio show.
Nick Kodiak tackles The Case of the Three Bears.
So, they want to become detectives. Good timing, since a bunch of stuff starts to go missing around the house, causing them to investigate. But come on guys, this isn't how you do a mystery episode. Let me just bring the saturation down. There we go, now that's a mystery episode.
We have one final question for you, Trilo, if that is your real name.
This one is quite effective at teaching kids deductive reasoning skills and how to follow clues, as in the end it turns out the woodpecker had taken all their items to build his nest. But my favourite scene comes from earlier, when Bear chats with Pip and Pop, who are asking a lot of interesting questions.
Why is there dirt?
What I love about this is how it tells the audience that it is perfectly okay not to have all the answers sometimes. At last, the final episode of this batch is Season 2, Episode 27, As Different as Day and Night, which is all about how wonderful opposites can be with a focus on Bear and Tudder, and how their different sizes allow them to do different things. Through this idea, it also explores how to reach a compromise, with Ojo and Trilo both liking different music, so they decide to, what else, make a game out of it.
Gee, I wonder why there are so many opposites.
Well, without the darkness of night, no one could enjoy the light of the moon. Without down there would be no up here. And then where would I be, Bear?
True.
It is that idea of how there can't be just one concept without an opposite, because despite the polar differences, the existence of one necessitates the other. Once again, the show takes such a simple, open and shut concept and cracks it open to make you think deeper about the intricacies of the world around us. In Season 2, Episode 28, Grandparents... Pip and Pop are anticipating a visit from their Grandma Etta and Grandpa Otto, which for the first 10 or so minutes plays out like a standard episode until Bear gets a call from Doc Hogg and has to head out.
He needs my help getting old Jeremiah Tortoise into his office. Jeremiah has a touch of rheumatism.
Leaving the grandparents to take over. Though everyone is initially apprehensive of this temporary change, they soon come around. Bear returns and learns what a great time they all had, with Ojo having been told the story of how the pair met, causing them to dance the otter jig. I really like the overall message of this episode about humanizing the adults in your family and not underestimating a person due to their age. Fun fact, did you know the classical musical term andante means the orchestra are to play at a walking pace? Season 2, episode 29 is The Way I Feel Today, and is centered on the concept of feelings, understanding both the why and how behind them. Since the episode focuses on the whole spectrum of emotions, it is the first to feature multiple What Do You Think segments, each focused on a different feeling. The part that stood out to me is the section on anger, when Trilo storms off after Ojo knocks his feathers out the window, not understanding it was an accident, with Bear eventually getting them to talk through it.
Everybody gets angry. The important thing is, if you get mad, don't run off and be mad by yourself. You should stay and talk to whoever you're mad at. The truth is, you'll feel better not being mad anymore.
Season 2, episode 30 is titled You Go, Ojo. Bear receives some mail from Ursa, including a photograph which he shows to Ojo, leading to a conversation about girls. But for a show from the 90s, it is quite progressive in how it discusses and encourages the audience not to conform to any preconceived notion of femininity.
Does that mean that I have to, wear ribbons and stuff?
Well, only if you want to, Ojo. See, it depends upon the girl. The only thing you have to be is you.
And that idea is deepened further when both Ojo and Trilo get fully decked out with jewels for a tea party.
Hey, but isn't jewelry and stuff for girls?
Yeah.
No. Anybody can play dress up. That's what's so great about it.
Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
Huh. Well, in that case...
I love this show so much. At the end of the day, Bear brings Ojo with him to see Luna and sing the goodbye song in a glorious 3-part harmony.
Tomorrow just like today.
Season 2, episode 31, Scientific Bear, opens with Bear receiving his issue of Science Bear magazine, as the rest of the cast conduct various experiments. Pip and Pop discover air, Tudor searches for alternate uses for cheese, then Ojo and Trilo attempt to set their pet rock free. Fun fact, did you know there is a British Lawnmower Racing World Championship that was started in 1973? Yes, that is a real thing. The next episode, also known as Season 2, episode 32, is called Boys Will Be Boys, and if this was any other show, I would be greatly concerned by that title. This is the mirror of You Go, Ojo, with it being about boys, carrying a similar message of everyone being different, down to it featuring the exact same story from Shadow. Best part of the episode is Tudor, who, inspired by his favourite story, pretends to be a knight.
Hey, it's a bunch of pillows and sheets.
No, Bear. Can't you see? It's a dragon's cave!
All right, if you say so.
But is disheartened when he can't live up to the image of knighthood, so Bear encourages him with a song, saying he doesn't have to be a knight or some kind of hero because he's already pretty great. Growing up, I tried so hard to fit in despite having no clue what that looked like, only ostracizing myself further, and while I say I grew out of that, sometimes I do catch myself still falling into the very same trap.
And just remember, it doesn't matter whether you're a boy or a girl. What's important is that you are you. And that's the best thing to be.
The last episode I'll be watching for this week is Season 2, episode 33, I Was Just Thinking, which opens on a slightly different angle of the front door as Tutter finds something interesting.
Oh look, it's a piece of string.
The episode is all about thinking, as Bear receives a book of brain teasers which he works through during the day.
You know, Bear, I think there's an awful lot to think about. The earth, the sun, the stars, and of course, the moon.
I'm not gonna put anything down for this, simply because I think the idea of being more mindful is covered by a range of previous editions I've made. Appreciating my home, being more present in nature, understanding change, and not putting so much pressure on myself all have the concept of thinking more than covered. Fun fact, did you know there are about 1.5 million species of beetle that currently exist? Before we enter the home stretch of this season, I wanted to give some updates in regard to certain list items I have been especially focused on as of late. The most glaring of which was improving my sleep schedule, because the more time that passes since I left university, the more inexcusable it becomes for me to be staying up past 3 or sometimes 4 in the morning, even when I know I have to wake up at 8, no doubt contributing to my various emotional spirals. So this week I set myself the challenge of going to bed before midnight, which was quite a struggle mainly because my body isn't used to me trying to sleep that early, but if I stick with it, it should get progressively easier. I have continued with my mission to cook and bake something new every week to mixed results, more so on the baking side of things. I don't know what I'm doing wrong, but every time my dough simply doesn't come out the right consistency, leading to... yeah, that. So I just kind of have to try and flatten it myself. Thankfully, it doesn't have a huge effect on the final product, with my butter scones seeming like a disaster only to turn out fine, which I suppose is the point. It doesn't matter that my treats aren't the most aesthetically pleasing or that my shortbread was horrifically misshapen and very soft. What's important is I'm still trying, and that I have yet to accidentally poison myself. As for my cooking, I will say over the past few weeks, I have become slightly more ambitious with what I'm trying to make. My homemade ramen wasn't a complete disaster, even though I would like to issue a formal apology to any Japanese people watching for subjecting you to this. Then, most recently, I took a swing at something I never had before, mushroom risotto, or as close to it as I could get, since all the ingredients for traditional mushroom risotto were too rich for my blood, thus I had to do my best with my cheaper substitutes. The last item I wanted to revisit here was clean up the house, which made quite a large part of this project at the start. However, recently I ran into an unexpected curveball.
Come on everybody, let's clean up the...
Come on, everybody, let's clean up.
Yeah, so far together, me and my friends have been able to mostly stay on top of everything, even with my mental state not being in top shape. So there hasn't been the need for any cleaning montages yet. With all that, let us continue with my coverage of the final episodes of this excessively long season. Season 2, episode 34, Wish You Were Here, sees Grandma Flutter taking all the kids to a square dance in the valley, leaving Bear time to get some chores done. The core of this story is the idea of missing someone, which I have had plenty of experience with this year already. Bear tries to work through his chores, but can't help but notice how quiet it feels without everyone, which is a sentiment shared by the viewer, as watching Bear wander the empty house has this strangely eerie vibe to it. The theme also allows for some flashbacks, making this our second clip show episode, and it's slightly less egregious here than it was in season 1, mainly because it includes what is still one of my top 10 songs of the entire show.
Showed me the best way to slam dunk a basketball.
Really?
Though this stroll down memory lane only makes Bear miss his friends even more, despite it not being that long since they left.
Has that ever happened to you? Have you ever missed somebody as soon as they've gone?
But soon enough they all return and everything is right with the world again. We're going to skip episode 35 for now, for a reason I'll explain when we circle back around to it. So next up is season 2, episode 36, Call It a Day, where Bear's obsession with smelling things has now evolved into musical form, which is another piece of the show where the moment I heard the first note, the entire sequence came flooding back to me.
It's you!
Turns out, this was another episode I had on DVD growing up, so that makes sense. The story itself concerns everyone having another sleepover in the living room, with Bear reflecting on all the fun things they got up to that day, including hanging out by the otter pond, helping Tudor prepare for a doctor's checkup, and playing pretend with Ojo.
Each and every day is a new beginning. It's a chance to learn and do new things that you've never done before. It's like an adventure each time you wake up.
I'm definitely not alone when I say I don't make things any easier for myself, which I'm sure I've made very evident. I tend to dwell on things long enough that they all roll into each other until it becomes too much for me to handle, which has been a large factor in a lot of my ongoing problems. So while it will take a bit, if there's a chance it could help, I should try to treat every day as a new beginning. Fun fact, did you know approximately 220,000 merchant shipping vessels pass through the Mediterranean waters each and every year? We continue our final stretch of the season with episode 37, We Did It Our Way. Doc Hogg will be dropping by for a visit as Bear forgot he promised his friend an apple pie, but as usual, keeps getting sidetracked from baking by his friends and their various issues where they learn to work together.
When you work with others to get something done, that's called cooperation. Cooperation.
Ooh, 5 syllables. How advanced. As time is running out and it seems Bear won't be able to make the pie in time, his friends lend him some cooperation, which allows them to get it done and clean up right before Dog Hog arrives. I love how from our perspective they make a mess in one specific part of the kitchen, so to fix it, they clean literally everywhere in the house except where they made the mess.
Where's the whipped cream?
Oh no, I forgot the whipped cream.
No, don't you fret now, folks, don't you fret, Bear. I like to carry a little around with me for just such an emergency.
You do?
Nothing like a bowl of whipped cream.
No comment. In Season 2, Episode 38, What's the Story?, the entire Woodland Valley community gathers at the Big Blue House for their annual storytelling festival, including a handful of new characters like Jeremiah Tortoise.
Jeremiah Tortoise is the oldest creature in Woodland Valley.
Didn't I just say that?
Jeremiah, exactly how old are you?
Whoa, Bear. Old enough to quit counting.
Bullfrog and Doc Owl. But of course, with it being a storytelling festival, Shadow has to get involved and steal the show. The episode being about stories and the power of writing speaks a lot to me, because I used to write a lot. Movies and TV shows I'd love to make someday, which gave me a creative outlet and was something I greatly enjoyed doing because it felt like I was improving all the time. But about 3 years ago, I just kinda stopped. Even though I still constantly think about these projects and I'm still just as passionate about them now as I was when I first started working on them nearly a decade ago. And yeah, I will say this has motivated me to start writing again. Season 2, episode 39, titled When You've Gotta Go, is about going to the bathroom. Can I skip this one? Fine. Jokes aside, this is perhaps the most famous episode of the entire series, receiving praise upon its premiere, and for good reason, because it handles an delicate subject, but like always is able to discuss it in an intelligent way that doesn't talk down to kids, especially with how it mainly focuses on the importance of listening to your body, which is applicable even outside the topic. Plus it continues the long-standing tradition of all the other characters effortlessly wiping the floor with Bear when it comes to checkers. This was the third and final episode included on the only DVD of the show I had when I was growing up. And remember during the conclusion of Season 1 when I mentioned how the shadow segments used to creep me out when I was little? I'm fairly sure this episode is why. Something about the flashing colours and the way the cutouts jitter across the screen was very unsettling to me at that age. Fun fact, did you know in 1928 the steam train known as the Flying Scotsman made the world's longest non-stop run travelling from London to Edinburgh, a journey that takes over 400 miles. Now, officially, that was the last episode of Season 2, though while being notable, it doesn't really feel like an ending worthy of this incredible season, which is why I've decided to move things around and talk about episode 35 and To All a Good Night as the last episode, because it contains certain elements from across the season and feels much more satisfying as an ending to a point where I'm convinced it was produced with that intention. In the evening, Bear watches Ray set to kick off the festivities for their big Harvest Moon party tonight in celebration of Luna.
Well, I wish I could join you, but you know, even though Luna and I are very good friends, we don't get to hang out together all that often.
I swear, if they make me feel sorry for the sun too. This episode feels rather significant since it's the first time Luna is a major player in the story instead of only appearing as a bookend, with our word of the day ironically being night, which naturally the pair sing about. I've talked a lot about Luna in this video, but have yet to really discuss Lynn Thigpen's phenomenal performance that brings her to life, imbuing the character with so much sincerity, warmth, and wisdom, and I was thrilled to see an episode that truly allowed her to shine, getting to flex her experience as a Broadway performer.
The sun takes care of the daytime,
but nighttime is all mine. You like spending the day with my good friend Ray,
but at night you really shine.
Back in the house, everyone is enjoying staying up for the night with all these pleasant, quiet moments, giving the episode a real cozy vibe even more so than usual. My personal favourite though is Bear teaching Trilo about star constellations. The party begins with most of the show's reoccurring characters in attendance. Luna arrives only to reveal she has a special surprise just for Bear.
Since you've been so kind to me, I just thought I'd arrange a visit with an old friend of yours on my special night.
Really?
Your friend Ursa.
Ursa!
Sorpresa! Hola, Bear!
Ursa, it's you! You're here! This is great!
Wow, hi,
Everyone, this is Ursa. Ursa, you know my old friend.
Hola, Luna. Sea Bear. Luna and I are old friends too.
Really?
Oh, yes, Bear. When I rise above Ursa's farm in Spain, we have the loveliest talks about her day.
And the episode concludes with pretty much every character from the first 2 seasons joining together to sing a special extended version of the goodbye song, before the end credits play over Bear and Ursa looking up at the stars together. Considering by the end of season 2, the show had now produced 65 episodes, the standard expected of a children's series at the time, there was a possibility of them not being renewed. So I could see this being intended as a potential finale for them, and in that context, I do think it works rather well, bringing back all the new characters we met this season, as well as seeing the reunion of Bear and Ursa. It really does feel like a celebration of everything the series had been able to accomplish at this point in its run.
The moon, the bear, and the big blue house will be waiting for you to come and play. To come and play. To come and play. Bye now.
Meaning I have made it through season 2, the biggest hurdle of this entire project, mainly due to just how massive this run of episodes was. But the sheer amount of stories this season also allowed the series to experience even more growth and continue refining itself. One thing apparent from the very start of the season was the huge uptake when it comes to the quality of the puppetry, which isn't a slight on the performances in season 1 by any means, but across these episodes, you constantly find little moments that showcase improvement. In season 1, whenever Trilo would have to leap through the air, it would kind of break the illusion because all you would see is this doll get thrown across the screen. But here it not only looks much more natural, but makes him feel fully alive. And I think this speaks to a significant budget increase from season 1 due to the success of the show. And the smoking gun of this theory is the relationship between the puppets and water. Stay with me on this. You'll remember in season 1 how unintentionally funny it was watching the characters pantomime interacting with water, attempting to gaslight the audience despite the fact they never touch a single drop of the stuff. The reason for this is because TV quality puppets are simultaneously expensive and delicate. The iconic underwater sequence from The Great Muppet Caper 16 years prior was that film's biggest production hurdle. So call me surprised when I started watching season 2 and saw Pip and Pop appear in the otter pond instead of just around it. In season 1, one of the elements I loved the most was how scenes flowed seamlessly into each other, giving you this feeling of actually following Bear through the house for the day rather than being an outside observer. Unfortunately, that aspect is not quite as present in season 2, featuring many more scene transitions from outside the big blue house. Though if I made this incredible model of the house exterior, I'd want to show it off as much as possible too. One thing you can't really avoid when it comes to a very formulaic show like this is a fatigue when episodes can start to blend together, because they are by design very similar. Season 2 for the most part avoids this by finding creative twists here and there that don't uproot the foundation but are able to surprise you in fun little ways, such as Shadow turning the tables on Bear in one episode.
Oh, where is Bear?
Hey.
Where is Bear?
Huh?
Where is Bear?
Hello?
Where can Bear be?
So the biggest change this season is how it will often involve the other characters more, with the primary example being Ojo taking on the role of an almost secondary host, which is initially explored in If at First You Don't Succeed, but continues into future episodes where she subtly takes on a larger role, such as in You Go Ojo, where she introduces the What Do You Think segment by herself and without prompt. And that ties into what I feel is the true overarching theme of the season, independence and success. Many episodes see the younger characters becoming more capable and mature while also dealing with a bunch of new experiences. Tudor going on his first full day trip with Grandma Flutter, Ojo working through her fears of getting a vaccination, Trilo understanding how much he's growing up, Pip and Pop forming more complicated questions about the world. Heck, When You've Gotta Go is literally an episode entirely about the first truly independent thing a child learns to do. I enjoyed all the characters, but during season 1, there were times when the kids felt like like a revolving door of various problems for Bear to solve, but here they are brought further into focus and can start having full episodes dedicated to them. While they were moving in this direction in the first few episodes, I think the real turning point for that was Bear's birthday bash. Here the other characters proved they could carry scenes without Bear, which has a lasting effect on the rest of the season. Speaking of our big brown host, something that becomes increasingly difficult to ignore with each passing episode is how aggressively ADHD coded Bear is. An element of his character that has been present since the beginning but became glaringly obvious this season. How often and easily he gets distracted even when already in mid-thought.
Now what was I doing?
His difficulty when it comes to time management and prioritizing important tasks to a point where he can forget about them altogether, which is also a result of hyperfocus.
Oh no! Doc Hogg! His pie! He'll be here any minute!
You could even make an argument that his supernatural ability to form objects out of thin air is a heightened form of daydreaming, which he can sometimes get lost in. Even the Bear Cha-Cha-Cha kind of supports this interpretation. This impulsive feeling Bear has no power over that compels him to dance until he burns off all his excess energy. Tell me I'm wrong here. With that though, we have officially completed Bear in the Big Blue House Season 2. Meaning I have now revisited 65 episodes of the show with 52 remaining. So, how are things looking? For me, the time rewatching this season was a very turbulent one, full of many ups and downs where I could feel myself slipping back into old habits which limited the amount of progress I was able to make. Though, on the other hand, despite everything I've been dealing with, I've still not given up, and would overall say that I am in a far better place now than I was at the start of the year. I think what with MomoCon, then performing in a show, and then moving, all one after the other, some kind of crash was inevitable. But now I'm starting to move past all that, and thankfully there are still 2 seasons remaining and a good few months left in the year for me to turn things around. Now, I have no idea how long this video has been going on for, but if I had to hazard a guess, I would reckon we are well past the 2-hour mark, which seems like a good point to take a break from the episode analysis and trauma dumping to look at some tangential topics related to the show, starting with the once lost but now found pilot. When Bear in the Big Blue House was being developed, a short pilot was created which for the longest time had been considered lost media, having been made as merely a test to see if the series would be viable and never meant to be shown to the public. For years, all we had to go off was a short clip that was included in the work portfolio of the pilot's director, David Gumpel. Though in December 2022, the whole thing was suddenly unearthed and uploaded to the Internet Archive, so now we can enjoy this look into what the development process of crafting the show was like. And boy, it sure is something.
Door is open. Come on in.
Now you're here,
So let's begin.
The 12-minute pilot presents us with a rudimentary version of what would later become episode 2 of the series, Water, Water Everywhere.
But here's the thing I've been wondering about. What is the shape of water?
And it is incredibly interesting to see how primitive this version of the show was compared to what would eventually make it to air. The basic formula of the series is there, involuntary sniffing and all, but Shadow, Luna, and most shockingly, Ojo and Trilo did not exist yet, with the pilot only featuring Bear, Tudor, who at this point was a girl simply named Mouse, and yes, the switch in gender did not affect Peter Lince's performance whatsoever,
Oh, hickory dickory.
and the otters Pop and Pummel, who were portrayed using recycled puppets of prairie dogs from a season 4 episode of The Muppet Show. Here Pummel was performed by Joey Mazzarino, a long-time puppeteer for the Henson Company who does a grand job as any Sesame Street performer would, but it doesn't hold a candle to Tyler Bunch.
Bear!
What?
You're in the water!
Fun is our middle name.
No, Fun is your middle name. Mine is Angelica, remember?
Oh, right. Sorry.
One thing that immediately stuck out to me is how Bear mentions the otters are merely visiting while their mother, Mrs. Otter, is at work, breaking the foundational rule of the actual show to never mention the kids' parents and keep it entirely ambiguous whether or not they live in the Big Blue House with Bear. And with Ojo not existing yet, here it's the otters with the overactive imagination who love playing pretend. The backgrounds of the pilot are more abstract and heavily simplified, taking a lot of visual cues from early Sesame Street, which I got to view firsthand when I visited the Center for Puppetry Arts in Atlanta. This gives the whole thing a much more childish and surreal vibe. After the song, we find Mouse in the kitchen, and it's clear her puppet needed a little more work because this is just unsettling. The scenes play out exactly the same as the final episode, with Bear eventually helping Mouse reach the sink, leading to the song Need a Little Help Today, which closes things out.
Thanks for visiting, and you'll just have to come back when you can have more time to play.
Yeah!
Take it, Mouse.
Well, you might need a little help. You might need some help from me, my friend.
Come back soon.
Bye!
I don't want to judge this pilot too harshly because, again, we were never meant to see it. It's merely a proof of concept made on a shoestring budget to show executives the series had potential and hopefully get picked up. It has its issues, but at its core it's still Bear in the Big Blue House, and without it, none of what I've talked about for the past 2 hours would even exist. Plus, it's interesting to go back and see how things changed during the development process and going into the first season. I mean, Ojo to me is such an integral part of the series that it's wild to think there's a version of the show where she simply didn't exist yet. Now, originally I planned to do a section here talking about the show's merchandise and showing off everything I would have bought, but so I'm just gonna talk about the video game instead. Yes, there was a time where it didn't matter what your age demographic was, so long as you were successful, you received a video game tie-in, and in 2002, Bear in the Big Blue House received its own, with 2 versions being released, one for the Game Boy Color, and the version we'll be playing today for the PlayStation 1.
Press the start button to play.
Released on December 9th, 2002, Bear in the Big Blue House for the PlayStation is a 2D minigame collection that takes place on Ojo's birthday, where players help the little bear explore the house to find her presents by completing various challenges for the other characters, because apparently she has to earn her presents this year. When the game starts up, you have the option of selecting either the easy or hard difficulty, which naturally being the pro gamer I am, I ignored Bear's warning and chose hard. Each minigame is designed to test a person's memory, reflexes, or perception, none of which I am in particular great at, and that is evidenced by how it actually took me a few tries to beat a handful of these. Namely the games Paint with Ojo and Making Pictures, which I'm blaming on the fact I was playing on such a small screen that I was having difficulty seeing what the game wanted me to focus on. But the absolute worst ones were the 2 games featuring Trilo, which are reflex based. In Bubbles with Trilo, you take control of the lemur, moving him left and right to pop the bubbles created by Ojo. Simple, right? Until you start playing and realize every time you change direction, Trilo himself flips over, making it very difficult to line up his finger with the bubbles, especially since the game demands extreme precision. The other Trilo game was not nearly as bad, but still quite frustrating. This time, he's gone berserk and thrown his feather collection in the air, leaving it up to us to catch the mini pillowcase, similar to an earlier minigame, Pip and Popcorn, because one thing you quickly notice is most of these activities are merely variations on the same ideas. I mean, half the games here are just some form of Simon. The thing about this one though is because of how the feathers fall, it seems like they are actively avoiding you, because once more, you have to line it up perfectly for the feather to land in the middle of the pillowcase or it'll miss it completely. As for the rest of the minigames, they were sort of fun in the moment, but ultimately forgettable, with maybe the exception of Clouds Over the Moon, where you have to help Bear clear the sky for Luna by using a fan to push away the clouds, seemingly confirming Bear too may have cosmic powers. It also doesn't help that the game has a very limited soundtrack, meaning you'll be hearing the same few pieces of music constantly, which gets maddening after a while. Though the true fatal flaw of this game is the glaring lack of any sense of progression, which could have been easily remedied. The story is we are supposed to be helping the characters prepare for Ojo's birthday party, so what if each minigame you completed caused more decorations to be added to the house? That alone would at least make it feel like the player is working towards something. Once you've completed all the minigames in the Big Blue House, you have to exit to the main menu in order to select the final challenge, despite there being nothing at the end of adventure mode to indicate that is what you have to do. I had to look up a walkthrough to find it, so I have no idea how they were expecting the show's target audience to figure it out. Would honestly not be surprised to learn there are plenty of kids who played this game and never saw the ending. Would also not be surprised to learn there are plenty of kids who played this game and were given nightmares because of this mask. The final challenge is an underwhelming matching game where you have to pair all of Ojo's presents you've collected with their corresponding shadows, which would have been the perfect place to include Shadow herself, but she doesn't appear at all in this game. And once you've completed the very last thing the game has to offer, this is your reward.
Happy birthday, Ojo! You've all had so much fun. Come and join the fun with Ojo on her birthday adventure.
Couldn't have even included an FMV clip of the characters singing the birthday song? The best way to describe Bear in the Big Blue House for the PlayStation is competent. It does the bare minimum a minigame collection targeting preschoolers needed to do and nothing more. Which, yeah, that is pretty much what I expected going in, but I guess I was hoping for something more from a game based on this show. Aside from the visuals, I don't even really see what a kid could get out of this, especially when compared to something like the Sesame Street games for PlayStation, which comparatively have a lot more to offer. Though with that over with, we are now ready to continue with the remaining 52 episodes of Bear in the Big Blue House. So let's get cracking with Season 3 and see what pearls of wisdom I might take from it. Season 3 opens with the episode Friends at Play, which introduces a new character, Christine.
Yes, oh, hi, Christine.
Oh, yay, it's Christine! Hi, Christine!
Or maybe not. So I guess Rabbit has secretly had a name this entire time. Now, I've joked about the show using similar themes in multiple episodes, but this is the same word of the day as the Season 1 finale, which you'll soon notice seems to be a running theme this season, revisiting earlier topics to either go into more depth or explore another aspect of them that wasn't discussed on the first go around. This time the theme is used to explore jealousy in friendships, with Tudor feeling hurt when Ojo calls Christine her best friend.
Did you know you can have more than one best friend?
Oh, sure, Bear. I mean, who doesn't know Really? You can?
And the three of them talking through these feelings. With Season 3 being mostly about revisiting previous episode themes with a dash more introspection, I figured it'd be a good idea to return to older lessons I've taken from the show and give you a brief update on how I've got on with them and how I can continue to incorporate them into my life through the end of the year. So at the end of Season 1, I set myself the goal of trying to meet new people and be more open to expanding my social circle, which in some aspects, I did make progress on. MomoCon was practically nothing but me meeting new people, and then more recently, I attended my first ever Pride event. Both huge steps outside my comfort zone that led to me being introduced to so many people and forming new connections. Though while this episode was good, it is quickly overshadowed by the following one, Season 3, Episode 2, Nothing to Fear. In the episode, Bear has ordered a new clock for his kitchen, though he was mistakenly sent one that looks like a skunk, which frightens Tudor. A very relatable premise, as I'm sure we were all at some point or other afraid of a home decoration. My family used to have this gnome toilet paper statue that absolutely terrified me. Didn't help one time my dad put it right outside my door while I was asleep like it was a horrific version of Elf on a Shelf. Unfortunately, I didn't get the closure that Tudor gets here. I think it would have been helpful had my parents let me smash it to pieces, but after a while I convinced them to finally get rid of it, though I never stopped feeling its presence till we moved when I was 12. Similar to the season premiere, this is another case of a theme being repeated from a previous story, though this time for more of an intentional sequel with direct callbacks to Afraid Not, with Ojo and Trilo referencing that time they were scared of the storm. This might actually be the first time a previous episode has been directly mentioned without the use of a flashback. Then later on, we explore what is essentially immersion therapy with Ojo, who is scared to get on a swing out out of fear of it going too high, eventually deciding to take it slow and let herself get used to it, which would be very useful for me, but unfortunately, as far as my fears are concerned, swimming with sharks is expensive and there are no circuses nearby. You could also argue that my current job is already immersion therapy, constantly dealing with loud and aggressive men, and that is not helping at all. Some other notes about this one: during the introduction of the skunk clock, you can clearly see the top of the crew member's hair as they hand bear the prop. And during the What Do You Think segment, when the kids discuss their fears, this happens.
I was afraid of my own imaginations.
I don't know where this child is today, but I sincerely hope he eventually got the help he needed. Fun fact: did you know if you have a pan with a garlic or onion smell that you can't wash out, you can use parsley to deodorize them? Season 3, Episode 3, Lost and Found, follows a lost duckling named Harry who wanders up to the front porch.
Well, I was out by the duck pond with my mom and my brothers and my sisters, and I saw this...
Excuse me, Harry, but actually, we kind of call it the Otter Pond.
Yeah, not that it matters or anything.
Oh, yeah, it's just a name.
That's funny. Anyway, I was out by the duck pond with my mom and my brothers and my sisters.
The theming of this one feels reminiscent to Lost Thing from Season 1, which once again is mentioned in the episode, though this is one of those cases where the message of the song is far deeper than the episode itself.
However lost, however far, you're never lost from who you are.
Last season, I had the takeaway of attempting to be brave 1 minute at a time, which was something I carried through as I began attending job interviews again, which I have still kept up with, but I gotta be honest, it's getting more difficult to take the rejections, which has caused me to ruminate and regret certain choices I've made these past few years that led to me being in this situation. It's like I have such a clear picture of the person I want to be and the life I want to lead, I just don't know how to make any of that happen. And in many respects, I feel I've become stuck or gone backwards. But in those thoughts, I can lose touch with myself and my identity, feeling like I don't even know who I am. So when I got to this episode and heard this song, it gave me that sense of rejuvenated hope and determination. And so long as I hold on to that, I will eventually find my way, even if none of it happens before the end of the year.
You will find your way.
Season 4, Episode 4, The Senseless Detectives, opens with Bear baking cookies, only to be summoned to the living room by Detective Ojo and Tudder the Mouse, Big Blue House detectives. You know, from the previous season. However, the pair of prospective gumshoes have a problem, as they believe they've solved every mystery there is in the Big Blue House, giving Bear an idea. What if they challenged themselves to solve cases while being blindfolded, forcing them to rely on their other senses, which is the focus of this story, even though Tudder can absolutely still see. And their skills are put to the test when Trilo loses a banana.
In here? In my bedroom?
Side note, Noel McNeil has always clearly enjoyed puppeteering for Bear, but you can tell just how much fun he's having this season, really letting loose with the performance and giving Bear a much greater emotional range. As for the story, you could argue it is a pseudo-continuation of the episode Listen Up.
Your senses are one of the greatest things about being alive.
I feel this links back in with several previous lessons, mainly to be more present in nature, though I think I want to slightly alter that to being more present in general, allowing myself to stay grounded and see all the beauty that exists around me. And now that fall is starting, I can't think of a better time to focus on this. Stopping to smell the roses is perhaps one of the most stock pieces of advice a person can receive, but it wouldn't be repeated so much if it wasn't important. The final episode I watched for this first week of Season 3 was Halloween Bear, the first of 3 holiday specials this season. I was quite excited for this one when it came around because I knew the innate coziness of the show would mix well with the Halloween spirit, and it did not disappoint, from the decorations to the costumes. Even Shadow gets dressed up for the occasion.
That's the great part about dressing up for Halloween. You get to discover what it's like to be someone or something else.
Yeah!
One thought that kept cropping up while making my way through this one is how similar it felt to a lot of Season 1 episodes, returning to that spider diagram format of featuring a bunch of vignettes related to the topic as opposed to one or two main storylines, as became standard in Season 2. If there is a main story, it would be Bear trying to find a costume before he takes everyone trick-or-treating, with his friends eventually deciding he should dress up as Goldilocks in a fun bit of irony. Though Bear shows little resistance or expresses any discomfort with being dressed as more feminine, quickly embracing the idea.
She's an icon, she's a legend, and she is the moment.
This episode also marks the first instance of us leaving the confines of the Big Blue House. Previously, when the characters had to leave for whatever reason, we'd simply jump ahead to when they all return, implying that we've just been sitting around the house waiting for Bear to get back, which was always very funny. Here we follow the characters on their trick-or-treating route, allowing us to see the homes of other Woodland Valley residents for the first time. It's just a pleasant romp that also contains the first standout song from the season.
'Cause you might be a skeleton or a fairy queen, a seven-headed monster whose every head is green.
Okay, where is this TikTok trend? Fun fact, did you know the glands that produce a person's adrenaline are found just above the kidneys? Season 3, Episode 6, titled You Never Know, takes place on Ojo's birthday, with even Ursa making the trip, a surprise the little bear is unaware of.
A surprise is, well, when something that you don't expect to happen, happens. Like, oh, remember when we surprised Tutter with a party on his birthday?
Last season, I complained about how the show's 2 birthday episodes felt rather similar in a lot of ways, and said if there was another one, I wanted them to do something different. And I got my wish, because not only did they put up new decorations this time, the story was simply delightful. Watching everyone go out of their way in an effort to surprise Ojo was as wholesome as you'd expect, but then we get that added element of bringing Ursa in. The focus, though, is on how surprises can happen anywhere at any time, one of the many things that helps life stay exciting, but you'll only discover most of them if you're out there in the world. For instance, I recently went with my friend Dee to an amusement park where they wanted to go on this water ride I hadn't been on in years because it was undergoing major refurbishment. Though I remembered you didn't get that wet, as it was a simple waterboat ride through some fun dioramas. Cue my surprise when it turns out the ride is now Viking Splash Mountain, with multiple huge drops and a tunnel of water that barrels down on you. We were absolutely soaked, and it led to us being very cold for the rest of the day. But looking back, it was honestly so much fun and created a lot of great memories. Season 3, Episode 7 is yet another follow-up episode from the previous season, I Gotta Be Me. Tudor gets a postcard from his travelling uncle Jetsetter, who wants to learn more about his nephew and requests that Tudor write a letter about himself. And it has been too long since we've had a proper Tudor song.
What kind of news am
I believe this does link back into the lesson I took in I Gotta Be Me, with focusing on what makes me unique, but now there's a second part to it, especially as someone neurodivergent who has spent almost their entire life fully aware of the many ways they were fundamentally different to everyone else around them. While this project is about trying to better myself, I have in some ways been neglecting that for any of this to truly work, I first have to accept myself as I am, which means things like not wishing I sounded different or more like other creators when I listen back to audio for a video. And I have already started on that in some respects. Sometime in 2022, I started holding a mug in my videos. The reason was because I talk a lot with my hands, and was worried that it would be distracting or off-putting to people, so this was a way to circumvent that. Didn't stop people from complaining, even saying I was ripping off another YouTuber because I held a mug, but recently I've decided to put the cup down and let myself be as shamelessly overactive and energetic in my videos as I am in reality. It's gonna be a long process before I stop trying to pick myself apart and point out aspects of myself I wish were different, but it's a start. Season 3, Episode 8, Woodland House Wonderful, is about the Big Blue House being chosen as the Woodland House of the Month by the Woodland House Wonderful magazine, with their photographer coming by later that day, meaning Bear has to get the house in shape, with clean being our word of the day.
We're all smiles!
Okay. We still have time.
However, in the end, it turns out all their efforts were for nothing, as the magazine doesn't want this pristine picture of cleanliness, they want something authentic, capturing their subjects in their natural habitat.
And I really don't think that you usually all sit around on the couch with all the pillows in place here at the Big Blue House, now do you?
Well, no.
Well then, let's just loosen things up a little bit.
Thank you.
Fun fact, did you know the oldest Chinese maps date as far back as the 4th century? Season 3, Episode 9, I've Got Your Number, continues what we saw in Season 2 with the gradual expansion of the kids' extended families without ever mentioning their parents. This time introducing us to Pip and Pop's cousin Tally, also played by Vicky Eibner because she plays any female characters that aren't Shadow, Luna or Ursa. However, Tally is obsessed with counting things because that's what's in right now apparently.
It's all the rage at school.
Yeah, biology was huge back when I was in high school. Everyone was doing it. There is a lean this season with more Sesame Street type teaching with letters and numbers, likely in response to the reception When You've Gotta Go received last season. So now every time we run into our word of the day, Bear will briefly stop to inform us what letter it starts with. Beyond this basic lesson in counting, there is little to discuss here, with the actual story focusing on trying to understand others' interests even if they don't appeal to you. In Season 3, Episode 10, What's Mine Is Yours, Ojo receives a package from Ursa containing one of her favourite childhood books, which is adorable. I love how this season is developing a relationship between this pair, even if it is sort of out of the blue. However, everyone wants to look at Ojo's new book, not understanding her desire to read it by herself first, which made me realise how much the show has evolved when it comes to its messaging. Suppose this story was done back in Season 1. In that case, I guarantee the show would have not sided with Ojo in this scenario, instead telling her that she's being selfish. Though in Season 3, it is understanding and supportive of her perspective.
Sometimes, when you get something brand new that's really special, well, sometimes you just want to keep it for yourself for just a little while.
I like that the series has evolved its messaging to be more nuanced, making the other characters respect Ojo's perfectly reasonable boundaries. The repeat word of the day is sharing, this time zooming out to explore this greater idea of how we all share the world we live in, which simultaneously belongs to all of us, yet also none of us. Though I do have to question this element that Bear doesn't get to do a single thing he planned on that day because he is unable to say no to his friends, not understanding that sometimes his needs are worth slightly inconveniencing others. Season 3, Episode 11 is titled Bear's Secret Cave, which has the theme of discovery as we open with Pip and Pop getting ready to go out looking for fossils, while pretending to be British for some reason.
Cheerio, old bear!
Which is just so wrong and offensive. British people don't discover things, they just steal them after someone else finds them. Come on guys, get it right. Though I do love watching Bear try to explain to the audience what exactly a fossil is while dancing around the fact he can't say the word dead on a Playhouse Disney show. In the attic, Ojo and Tudor discover Bear's old treasure box from me and Box. In the attic, Ojo and Tudor discover Bear's old treasure box from when he was a cub, where they find a rock which Bear soon recognizes.
This rock was from the old cave I used to play in.
Cave?
Oh yeah. In fact, I used to call it my secret cave.
Though he has forgotten its precise location, thus the kids all band together to rediscover Bear's lost secret cave, which they find pretty much the moment they step outside. Once it's unearthed, Bear finds he can no longer fit through the entrance, while all the kids have a meltdown over the revelation that Bear had a life before they all came along. I think at the heart of this story is a moral about continuing to learn more about the people in your life, which feels especially relevant to me. A few years ago, my great-grandma passed away, and hearing her life story be retold at the service made me realise how little I actually knew about this person, despite having her in my life for 19 years. So yeah, I want to try and learn more about the people in my life. Smellorama is Season 3, Episode 12. Spring is here yet again as Bear pretty much spends the entire day following his nose.
Tutter's amazing! Smellsium!
Smellseum?
Yeah!
As you might be able to deduce, this episode is about smells. And I don't know how they got 25 minutes out of this because I can barely muster 3 sentences. Ojo and Trilo make perfumes, and it introduces a new character, Snook the Skunk, who never appears again. A rarity for the show, which by this point has set a precedent that any character introduced in an episode becomes part of the reoccurring cast later down the line. Fun fact, did you know that orecchiette, pasta in Italian, translates to little ears? Season 3, episode 13 is called I Forgot Rhythm, in which Bear has suddenly forgotten how to do the Bear Cha-Cha-Cha, debunking pretty much all my previous headcanons in one fail swoop. The only solution Bear can think of is to re-listen to his record, however he has recently lent it to Doc Hogg, who makes his first appearance this season.
The whole cha-cha-cha!
Oh yeah!
Are Doc Hogg and Lois together? I can ship it. The episode is about the concept of rhythm and how it exists all around us, even if we don't quite realise it. All of Bear's friends attempt to help him find his rhythm again, but to no avail. Though this episode does highlight how by the end of Season 2 and the start of Season 3, the characters all have their own individual musical styles. And I know with the title of this episode, you're all expecting a reference to that classic Phineas and Ferb moment, and don't worry, I got you covered.
I feel the beat.
I said no funky rhythms!
See? I can be less predictable when I want to be. Oh, right, we have to finish the story. Tudor, who has had the Bear Cha-Cha-Cha stuck in his head in the background for the entire episode, helps Bear remember the rhythm. The takeaway I got from this one is a contradiction to something I was taught at university. One of my singing teacher's favourite phrases was, if you don't use it, you lose it, meant to scare us into constantly practicing our technique. Though since leaving and having other teachers, I've realised that isn't true. Sure, you can fall out of practice, which can set you back for a while, but once you've learned something, it never truly leaves you, which rings true for this project because even if some weeks are better than others, throughout this whole process, I have been constantly proving to myself that I am capable of all this. Though more connected to the intended theme of the episode is a message of living by the beat of your own drum. Season 3, episode 14. Hey, I'm a theatre person. What did you expect? Ojo is waiting for a special piece of mail to be delivered that day.
Ojo's getting a surprise package from her uncle Koala, who lives in Australia, and I think she's a little excited.
Though it isn't exactly easy, especially when all the mail in Woodland Valley is delivered by old Jeremiah Tortoise, with the episode being about the concept of waiting for something, which I think connects back to recognizing everything happens in its own time and is another thing I needed to hear right now. I have some sort of vague idea what the next few years of my life will be like, and I'm actively working towards those goals, but in the meantime, I need to also have a bit of patience and potentially find a distraction, especially since the theatre society I'm in is kind of going nowhere right now. Season 3, episode 15, Morning Glory, is about waking up and all the things we do in the morning to start off our day.
But here's the secret about morning. If you have a good morning, the whole day will go better. It's true. And then anything can happen.
Or that's what it says it's doing, because the story very much veers off the track after the first 10 or so minutes when it runs out of material relating to that topic. So instead it just sort of mills around while playing all the usual stock footage. I've been debating saying something, but I'm sure you've noticed how little I have to say on quite a few of these episodes, especially compared to the previous seasons. And that comes down to how a decent amount of Season 3 feels kind of off, as though the writers were spinning their wheels trying to come up with anything they hadn't done already. It's still entertaining. I wouldn't say there is a single episode of the show that I would consider bad, but it doesn't have the same spark Season 2 had. However, I still did find something to take away from this episode, and that is the lesson to stop wasting my mornings. Recently, I've put a lot of focus into finally getting my sleep schedule under control, which is doing wonders for me. Though despite now waking up at a reasonable time, I'm still often laying in bed until noon, essentially missing out on a third of my day. So one night, I decided to go to bed extra early for the express purpose of waking up early, so I could head down to the park and watch the sunrise, something I've previously only witnessed unwillingly whenever I stayed up too late. Though in this country at this time of year, watching the sunrise just means the sky becomes a slightly lighter shade of blue. But even if that didn't quite pan out, I still got to do quite a bit in the few hours before I headed to work, making my shift not take up as large a portion of my day. Clearly I'm not going to do this every morning from now on, but trying to get myself out of bed and start the day a little earlier is something to take on board. Fun fact, did you know that turtle eggs that are incubated in lower temperatures are more likely to hatch as males? Season 3, episode 16 is That Healing Feeling. Tudor is injured when a fallen buck bends his tail, causing Bear to take him to Doc Hogg, a story reminiscent of the Big Blue House call, as it once again is about the importance of doctors, though this time tackling the various stigmas surrounding a visit to the doctor's office, making it far more than a simple retread.
I'll use the X-ray machine and I'll show you.
An X-ray? What's that?
I think there is a big difference between episodes that have similar themes and ones that are meant to act as a direct continuation, and this is very much the latter of the two, with Ojo this time being the one to help Tudor through his fears just as Bear did for her, even bringing back the Just Say Ow song. And on the topic of songs, this episode had another good one with a nice ensemble feel. This also marks the first time in which we see Shadow outside the perimeter of the Big Blue House. So last season caused me to finally register with my local doctors, though I hadn't exactly told y'all the full story. Because one big factor in me making that decision was to finally start working towards getting an official autism and/or ADHD diagnosis after being self-diagnosed for years. And let me be clear, self-diagnosis is entirely valid, and for the longest time, I thought that was all I personally needed. Simply understanding why my brain worked the way it did was enough. However, lately I've been thinking about how much easier my life could be if I had access to those resources, but I hadn't tried to move forward mainly because I was scared. I've heard stories of people being written off during their evaluation for the most trivial of reasons, and after spending the last 8 years understanding this aspect of my identity, the idea of being told otherwise is debilitating. So I put it off until I finished this episode, where I decided to be brave 1 minute at a time and make the call. Season 3, episode 17, The Tudor Family Reunion, is about the Tudor family reunion. Tudor and Grandma Flutter are hosting a little get-together as we see Bludder again, who has grown up quite a bit, and also meet Tudor's Aunt Juna, Yucca, Fez, Highline McTudor, and the definitely gay Uncle Jetsetter who was previously mentioned in It's All About You.
Here's the Tutter Holler Tutters. There's Shouter. Howdy. Whiner.
Oh, are we there yet?
Jitter. Hey there, Tutter. And Jim.
Hi.
The house is soon overrun by mice who quickly begin disrupting everyone's day.
And as we leave the kitchen, you will notice there is a big bear.
Hello.
This way.
Though they agree to keep their grievances to themselves for Tudor's sake. But Tudor doesn't have a great time either, as we get a full look into his mouse hole where his family aren't appreciative of the work he put into making the reunion happen, though they make up by the end. Now, I was never expecting this show to have a nuanced take in its depiction of families. Despite how progressive it is in many areas, it's still a preschool show, so of course it's going to preach this message of love from your relatives being assumed and how no matter what, you have to love your family. It's not the show's fault that these simplistic ideals are not only outdated, but in certain cases can be harmful, but that is simply the reality of an episode like this existing and being widely available in 2024.
And remember, you always have a second family right here in the Big Blue House. Right, Cousin Tardy?
Indubitably.
Season 3, episode 18, Bats Are People Too, is the best episode of the season with such a powerful and important message that has only grown more poignant in the years since its original airing. It opens with Bear suddenly becoming self-aware that he seems to do the same thing every single day, stating that sometimes it can be nice to do something a little different. That's when Pip and Pop barge in, panicked about something they saw down by the otter pond, which turns out to be a bat sleeping in a nearby tree that flies off at the sight of them. Despite Bear's attempts to explain, the pair remain frightened and return to the house, where they soon spread the news to everyone about the terrible thing they saw. On an unrelated note, our word of the day for the episode is different.
The world is full of things and people that are different from each other, which is a good thing. Because if things weren't different, they'd be the same, and life wouldn't be nearly as much fun.
They discover that following their earlier encounter, the bat is now hiding in the attic, as Bear goes up to talk with him and introduce himself. The bat, named Benny, is scared of the other residents of the Big Blue House because they scream when they see him and he doesn't like loud noises. Though soon Bear convinces the others to meet Benny. Well, except for Trilo, who was already friends with him. This episode is by no means subtle, as the title alone makes it abundantly obvious what it is trying to say. Yes, to accept each other's differences, but also how the biggest threat in society is an unwillingness to understand, jumping to conclusions about things and people you don't know, and how the only way to effectively combat that is to consciously challenge those prejudices, which is such an important lesson to teach kids, especially considering many adults still have difficulty understanding that. But as always, it goes about it in such a surprisingly and refreshing, mature way. This one episode has completely justified why the show needed to continue past season 2 for me, and I can only hope that the final few episodes of the season are anywhere close to this in terms of quality.
You know, from up here in the sky, I can see all the creatures that live on the earth. And I'll tell you a secret. No two are exactly alike.
In Season 3, Episode 19, Words, 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 Bear receives the newspaper as he excitedly reads about all the goings-on in Woodland Valley.
Ooh, snail marathon planned. Race to last all summer. Sounds exciting. Ooh, look at this. Snake wrestling ends in a tie. Sounds like a naughty situation.
And the word of the day is words. Though everyone in the Big Blue House seems to be having trouble with them today.
There are so many words, it's easy to forget one once in a while.
This episode also features the return of Harry the Duck from Lost and Found, who was playing with Tudor until the small blue mouse said something that upset him, causing him to start quacking angrily until Bear tells him that the best way to express his feelings is to use his words. I believe the focus on how words can be used to hurt others, even if that isn't necessarily how they were meant, is an important one. Fun fact, did you know the only spacecraft to have flown to the planet Uranus is the Voyager 2? Season 3, Episode 20, Let's Get Interactive, is about the concept of interacting with something. The first act focusing on Tudor and Ojo learning how to use a computer that Doc Hoggers lent them. An iconic scene, not because of the episode itself, but because this is where that infamous blooper comes from.
Well, come on, Ocho, come on, hurry up!
Yeah, this thing's a piece of shit. Let's go do something else.
Yeah, come on, Hobag, give me chicken pot pie!
Hey, you squeezy little mouse, go get it your sorry ass
Don't
self.
talk to me like that, bitch!
Get out of my way, you piece of shit.
An element of the show I've yet to really point out is the attention to detail in the environmental design, where even modern technology is made to look like it exists within the world the show is crafted, having the computer monitor itself be made out of wood.
Computers help us do things, but they're not alive like you and me. They can't work by themselves. They can only work when you make them work.
I wish that was still the case. Though I'm not sure how useful a computer that can only access puzzles and pictures of animals is in a doctor's office. And what do you think is the most obvious joke they can do with this topic?
First, you grab the mouse.
What?
Got him.
Season 3, Episode 21 is the yard sale, and I think I've got an inkling as to what the message I'll be taking from this one will be. Doc Hogg swings by collecting for charity.
I'm collecting money for the poor muskrats down in the valley who were recently flooded out of their muskrat holes when the river rose up last week.
Oh, I see.
but Bear is low on funds, thus they decide to hold a yard sale to raise some money, which is good for Tudor, who has way too much stuff clogging up his mouse hole. Again, would really appreciate it if this mouse would stop calling me out for 5 minutes! Later, everyone is at the yard sale and hard at work, with Ojo painting and the otters acting as salesmen, which, speaking strictly from a comedy perspective, was the highlight of the episode for me.
Oh, hey, how about the house, Bear?
Yeah, I bet we get a lot if we sell that.
Yeah, at least 97 cents. What do you think? The big house over here,
Guys,
folks. Real
why
estate.
don't you stick to selling what's in the box, okay?
Though Tudor, despite having decided what to sell, still has difficulty parting with his belongings.
I don't want to sell my stuff.
Tudor, I'm sorry, but you can't keep all your stuff and help the charity.
I know.
Moving back in June caused it to finally dawn on me how much stuff I actually own, especially considering my room at my parents' house was also bursting at the seams. This was no longer acceptable, thus after putting it off for years and years, I finally decided it was time to start getting rid of some stuff that I was only holding on to them because I got them when I was younger, trying to cling to everything I can from my childhood. But standing there, I had a long overdue dose of reality. This isn't even my childhood bedroom. Most of this stuff is not important to any of my cherished memories and simply didn't make sense to hold onto anymore. Like, why did I need to keep every single pencil case I've ever had? Why have I yet to part with all these clothes that haven't fit me in years? Birthday presents from my emotionally manipulative ex-best friend who I haven't spoken to in a decade. Sure, I have good memories of when I was given and used them, but it was time to let go. And despite how difficult it was, by the end, it did feel like this huge weight was taken off my chest. Season 3, episode 22, The Best Thanksgiving Ever, is the second holiday episode of the season, returning to the gorgeous fall aesthetic with the falling leaves and orange skies, which is especially fitting since this is the first time I've watched one of these seasonal episodes during the time of year it takes place in. Everyone is busy preparing for Thanksgiving, with Grandma Flutter and Doc Hogg dropping by later that day, so everyone has to pitch in to ensure it all gets done on time, using some of that cooperation they picked up last season. While Bear is mostly preoccupied with preparing the food, Ojo is sort of peer pressured by the others into taking charge of the operation, only for the power to immediately rush to her head as she becomes obsessed with ensuring this will be the perfect holiday, causing her to get frustrated and yell at her friends.
Come on, centerpiece.
Come on, centerpiece. I won't ask.
This is the first truly Ojo-centric episode in a while, so it's fitting it feels like an extension of her arc from Season 2, once more exploring her taking on more responsibility, though this time focusing much more on her struggles when being placed into a leadership role. In Season 3, episode 23, Read My Book, Bear is hosting a book club for his friends in the valley. However, the book that Bear has ordered has not arrived, with Jeremiah Tortoise delivering a book meant for Doc Hogg instead.
First, gather all of your dry ingredients.
Dry? I'll say dry.
With his reading corner set to start soon, Bear has to find another book on short notice, leading to all the other characters telling him what their favourite books are, all of which were featured in previous episodes, such as Tudor's favourite book, Mousy the Great. You can tell this is another episode made as a cost-cutting measure. In the end, Bear is unable to pick a new book, but the crisis is averted when the book he ordered finally arrives just in the nick of time. One of the very first things I started doing as a result of this project was giving myself more quiet time, where I would attempt to read more, which I have continued, especially now that I've started using more books to research topics for my videos. Though recently, around the start of October, I sort of ran out of books to read, and as I've stressed numerous times, financially, I'm in a bit of a tough spot at the moment. Thus, I didn't have the money to go out and buy more. So recently I completed my graduate account application for my university, meaning I would once again have access to their massive multi-story library and could simply borrow books to read for my quiet time. The penultimate episode of the season is titled Go to Sleep, in which Ojo is staying over at the Big Blue House as the episode focuses on what to do when you're having trouble dozing off. It's quite similar to The Big Sleep from the beginning of Season 2, with another incredible and soothing song that is also the most pleasant fever trip I've ever been on. Just as Bear is ready to hit the hay himself, Doc Hogg and Jeremiah Tortoise arrive to play cards, which of course Bear completely forgot about and tells them they'll have to keep it down since Ojo is sleeping across the hall.
Oh, don't worry about us, Bear. We'll be as quiet as mice, just like Tudder. Thank you, Bear.
However, their game soon wakes up Tudder, who needs a drink to help him get back to sleep, though once he learns they're playing Go Fish, he keeps returning as the mouse so clearly wants to join in. Thus, Bear promises him the two of them can play a few rounds tomorrow. Fun fact, did you know the meringue-based dessert pavlova is named after a famous ballet dancer, Anna Pavlova? And the season closes out with episode 25 and 26, A Berry Bear Christmas, the show's first double-length episode that also got an extended home media release, and for some reason only has part 1 available on Disney+. Immediately, the episode sets up how this is going to be a bit different than the standard Big Blue House fare, foregoing the usual theme song for a big group number featuring everyone decorating the house for Christmas, leaning into the feel of those classic holiday specials which fits this show like a glove. And once more, the vibe of this series remains unmatched, with the excessive use of tinsel, red ribbons, and stuff hanging from the ceilings, which did feel incredibly nostalgic. This extended story is, of course, about the winter holidays, and how everyone has their own way of celebrating, with most of the non-Christmas discussion covered by Shadow, whose multiple segments cover both Kwanzaa and Hanukkah. As for Bear, his version of the holidays means searching for the winter berry, which only grows once per year and is said to grant the wish of whoever finds it. Everyone is under stress from having to get everything done, which soon breaks out into an argument that Bear has to interrupt.
Excuse me. Hi there. Remember me, the big furry guy who lives in the big blue house? Welcome to the blue house. Me. Hi.
To resolve the tension, he takes them all to the Woodland Valley Mall, the most impressive set outside the Big Blue House so far. There the kids see Santa Hog.
Santa Hog?
To tell him what they want for Christmas, while Bear stands in the background capturing these precious family memories. This musical number is used to set up how materialistic the kids are, which is about to change as once they arrive back home, they find an old hound dog outside freezing in the snow. After bringing him inside and helping him warm up, we learn his name is Jack.
I guess I'm kind of, well, between homes right now. My last one didn't work out. Something about digging up rose bushes or some darn thing.
When I started this episode, I could have never imagined it would head in this direction. Despite the show always being a step above its contemporaries in maturity and attempting to challenge its audience, I never considered it would tackle a topic like homelessness. But of course, it's treated with all the nuance and empathy the topic necessitates, as well as serving as a sobering moment for the kids, especially leaving an impact on Tudder, who musically ruminates on what it must be like to live in that situation and how he wishes he could help in what is perhaps the most poignant and beautiful moment in the entire show. This whole special, in fact, is very Tudder focused, who makes the suggestion they invite Jack to stay for Christmas. The next day, everyone in the valley arrives for the festivities, and once more, I cannot emphasize how immaculate the vibes in this one are. Despite the subject matter, this whole special just exudes warmth and comfort. Once the celebration is at an end, Bear announces it's time to commence the search for the winter berry, which is soon discovered by Pip and Pop, who reach it with some help from Jack. In a testament to how much the kids have learned, they use their wish to give Jack a home. It just so happens Doc Hogg shows up at that moment, who has been searching for them, as he remembers he has an old doghouse in his backyard which he invites Jack to move into after the two of them hit it off earlier in the episode. Everything is tied up in a nice little bow as Bear goes to tell Luna about their day.
You know, Bear, every year at this time there's something I wish for that I hope will come true.
What is it?
Well, I wish everyone all across the world would smile on each other a little more. Because no matter how you celebrate the winter holidays, the important thing is that we all celebrate in our own different ways together.
If otters, mice, lemurs, dogs, hogs, bears, and the moon can get along, why can't everyone?
This is not only one of the highest quality episodes of the series, but might be one of the best Christmas episodes ever. This musical story, featuring over 10 incredible songs across its 50-minute runtime, captures everything that is good about the season, offering a mix of festive cheer and some genuinely emotional moments carrying a powerful message that is destined to become part of my rotation of holiday specials I watch every December. With the episode's focus on doing what we can to help those in need, I feel the takeaway from this one is fairly obvious. I recently started getting rid of a bunch of stuff I no longer need, some of which I had already donated, but I was planning on selling some of the more substantial items, mainly to help me with buying Christmas gifts this year. But I also want to take some of that money and put it towards some good causes, which I feel is a lovely way to close out this penultimate season. As of when I'm recording this, it is now the 1st of November 2024, and I have just finished watching Bear in the Big Blue House Season 3. A season that was chock full of ups and downs. Whereas Season 1 introduced and developed the formula, and Season 2 continued to refine it, tightening everything up, Season 3 just kind of keeps trucking along, not really innovating or improving on what came before. Which I understand, because of the position the crew was in, especially with this being the very height of the show's popularity, and if it's not broke, why fix it? But remember when I praised Season 2 for subtly playing around with the structure and audience expectations to ward off any sense of fatigue? Season 3 just doesn't have that. Episodes began to blend together as I had fewer and fewer things to say about most of them. Season 3 to me feels rushed, as though the renewal blindsided the crew who were probably expecting the show to wrap up with Season 2 as previously talked about. Then they were suddenly given another 26 episodes they had to make, which is why a bunch of the stories don't feel fully formed and rely on reusing old footage way more than previously. Though don't confuse that as me saying this season feels cheap, because it has incredible production value, being more ambitious with the visual effects and giving a lot of the characters slight redesigns. Trilo has received significant enhancements, now having moving eyelids that allow him to showcase so much more emotion than previously. Ojo's puppet has been rebuilt to make her look slightly older, including giving her a darker nose colour that's much closer to Bear. Speaking of Bear, he likely had the biggest overhaul, with his muzzle being significantly shortened and his eyelids now being able to function independently. This season also marks the first instance of Pip and Pop being shown as full body puppets instead of only from the waist up. Outside of the characters, we also have the introduction of a bunch of new locations outside the Big Blue House, which makes sense because Woodland Valley and its other inhabitants receive much greater focus this season, appearing in most episodes. Not only making it feel like a real community, but adding this greater ensemble feel. Season 2 gave us the first inclination of there being a world outside the Big Blue House, but now we are seeing that rapidly grow. An idea that will be taken to its utmost extreme next season, but we've got a while before we get there. If there is one thing that significantly impressed me, it was the surprising level of continuity. And I'm not simply talking about several direct sequel episodes or flashbacks. What I mean is throughout the season there are tiny details that connect episodes together. Bear's new clock from Nothing to Fear, which replaces the Apple one from the first two seasons and can be seen in the background of following episodes. Or Bear's secret cave becoming a new recurring location with us learning more about its history. Insignificant in the grand scheme of things, but gives the world a greater sense of progression. I know I'm being overly critical of Season 3, and some people might think I'm saying I wish the show had ended with Season 2, but the reason I'm being harsh on a lot of these episodes is because there are a handful of absolutely terrific ones that include some of the best material in the entire show. Episodes like You Never Know, The Tudor Family Reunion, That Healing Feeling, Bats Are People Too, and especially A Berry Bear Christmas showcase just how much life was still left in this show and fully justify why it kept going, even if it meant getting a few unremarkable ones here and there. After experiencing a few wobbles last season, Season 3 is where I felt I really got my groove back, as crossing the halfway point gave me this rejuvenated energy and sense of determination to get myself in the best shape possible to finish this whole thing. And returning to the basics and slowly building myself back up fit thematically with this season, as these episodes featured a lot of returning to older episode concepts to explore them in greater detail. Over this season, I was able to continue building confidence and acceptance within myself, learn to stop wasting my mornings, which gave me an even greater appreciation for the natural beauty of the world, started taking more of an interest in the people around me, and got over perhaps one of my biggest emotional hurdles in finally being able to get rid of so much of the junk I own. something I could have never imagined doing before I started this whole project. And all that is on top of returning to everything I've picked up from the previous 2 seasons and continuing to take those further. Now here is where I'm supposed to jump into season 4 and get the last leg of this project rolling, but unfortunately it's not quite that simple. The final episode of Season 3 aired on December 6, 1999, at which point the show had produced a total of 91 episodes, far exceeding expectations and creating a back catalogue that could be rerun for years. Thus, the series went on a bit of a break. A 4th season was greenlit in the summer of 2000, which had a planned release of early 2001, though this was soon pushed back to fall of 2002. This meant a hiatus of just under 3 years, which in the realm of early children's TV might just as well have been a decade, since by the time the show would return, a majority of the original audience would have likely moved on from Playhouse Disney. However, thanks to the aforementioned constant reruns and various home media releases, the show's popularity continued to endure as the Big Blue House found new young visitors. This included me, as I too was born during this lengthy hiatus. Though despite no new episodes, that did not stop the marketing juggernaut the series had become, leading to a live stage show which toured the United States and Canada between 2001 and 2002, with a pro shot being released to home video in 2003 right after the series had finally begun airing new episodes. This is what we'll be talking about next. Bear in the Big Blue House Live Surprise Party is an hour-long musical stage show heavily based on the Season 1 episode Mouse Party, featuring a variety of songs from across the TV show's run with 18 musical numbers in total. The script was penned by the original series creator Mitchell Kriegman, the production was directed by Dean Gordon, who joined the series during its 2nd season, and it features new dialogue recorded by the original cast which the performers on stage lip-sync to. Well, all except for Lynn Thigpen as Luna, who was instead voiced by Carol Dennis, another highly accomplished Broadway performer. The alleged reason for the recast was Disney refused to pay the union rates for Thigpen to reprise her role for this. The most notable thing about this piece of theatre is the inclusion of several human characters, who thankfully aren't a huge part of the show because they feel very unnecessary. This is nothing against the performers, who are doing an excellent job with what they've been given, but including this element kinda flies in the face of everything the series stands for. You know, not being overbearing or talking down to kids.
Look at that. Let me see.
Look at the present.
That looks really good.
Wow. Look at what a nice job
That's
Trilo's
good.
done wrapping Tutter's birthday present.
Right?
Did the producers think that Bear wouldn't be enough to hold the kids' attention? As mentioned, this is more or less a stage adaptation of the episode Mouse Party, taking place on Tutter's birthday as everyone prepares to throw a surprise party for him. The way they go about transforming an episode of TV into an hour-long stage show is by simply going on a bunch of tangents that allow them to use songs from like 10 other episodes. Once again, Bear is not beating those ADHD allegations anytime soon, though sometimes these added segues into the songs undermine moments that have been adapted from the original episode. My favourite scene from Mouse Party is when Bear finds Trilo, who has opened all of Tutter's presents because he's jealous, and then calmly tells the lemur why what he did was wrong. In this version though, Bear convinces Trilo to give Tutter his present because the mouse will likely share it with him anyway.
Tutter is an excellent sharer.
This is revisionist history and I won't stand for it. This awkward new line is there so they can include the song about sharing from the episode What's Mine Is Yours, but telling Trilo if he gives Tutter a birthday present that he'll get something in return is the exact opposite of what the original scene was trying to teach. Though I cannot knock the technical elements of this production. While they are clearly cheaper versions of the ones from the series, the puppets are all incredibly high quality, and the limited set design by art director Jeff Murphy is able to carry the same feeling as the environments from the show, but in a more abstract and exaggerated manner for the purpose of the theatre. They also use a lot of projection work in the show, mainly for what you'd expect, Luna, Shadow, and Ray, who looks nothing like he does in the show, and more like nightmare fuel, which wasn't some weird weird creative choice only for this production, as that is also the design for Ray they use in season 4. But they also use it for the What Do You Think segments reused from the episodes What's in the Mail Today and of course Mouse Party, which I kind of see as a cop-out honestly. Like, how difficult would it have been to choose a few kids to give their thoughts before the show started? I mean, later on, they do bring out some children on stage who are celebrating their birthday that day. Also, I love this moment of Bear asking if anyone in the audience is a certain age and seeing all of the parents holding up their kids as though they are offering them as a sacrifice. Another highlight of the production for me was how they handled Pip and Pop, who are known in the show for showing up in the most random of places, and I think the way they emulated this on stage was very clever. The otters at any given time are both performed on stage by a single person, however there are two puppeteers assigned to them, Kevin and Christine Sario, allowing them to create this sense of them zipping around the stage, which leads to some very impressive looking pieces of choreography. Bear in the Big Blue House live surprise party is ultimately harmless fluff capitalizing on the success of the show and probably was not essential for this rewatch. The reason I wanted to revisit it though is because this show came to the UK in early 2004 and I know for a fact I saw it. I distinctly remember owning the program/colouring book because it was one of those absolutely huge ones that you only get from children's shows like this. Then watching this and seeing all the kids with these bare light sticks unlocked another core memory because I'm sure I had that too at some point. So I guess in a way you could say this was my first ever musical. And that is the final major piece of supplemental content relating to Bear in the Big Blue House released during the show's original run, meaning I can no longer put off facing the inevitability that the things I love will end. So, let's take a look at Season 4. Season 4 of Bear in the Big Blue House, the show's final season, premiered in September of 2002 and will be dragged out by Disney with the series going on another extended hiatus in late 2003, as it would then take Playhouse Disney until 2006 to finally air the remaining episodes, ending the series with a grand total of 118 episodes or 116 individual stories. Now, as previously discussed, one of the recurring elements of Season 3 was this expansion of the world as we saw more and more scenes taking place outside the Big Blue House, further involving other residents of Woodland Valley, namely in the episodes Halloween Bear, That Healing Feeling, and A Very Berry Bear Christmas. Little did viewers know at the time, these small developments were merely a warning sign of what was to come.
Hello everybody.
Welcome to Woodland Valley.
Going into this project, I was aware the show would receive some substantial changes going into Season 4, likely an early example of Disney shows receiving a slight rebrand for their final season. And I went into this whole project with a preconceived notion that these changes are where the show officially jumps the shark, which I'll admit simply came from a place of having no memory of ever seeing this season and viewing it as a departure from this thing I deeply cherished. But after watching Season 3, I fully understand why they leaned in this direction. They had completely mined and exhausted what they could do with these same 6 characters in this single location, and 26 more episodes of just that was not going to work. This was pretty much their only option if they wanted to continue the show, and I guess sort of allowed it to grow up with its audience. Though I'm getting ahead of myself. The season opens with the show's second and final 2-part story, Welcome to Woodland Valley, a special that explores the impact a sudden disaster can have on a community in response to the 9/11 terrorist attacks, similar to what a lot of shows aimed at young people were doing at the time. Another famous one being an episode of the PBS series Arthur where the characters process the trauma of their school catching fire. In this story though, a recent terrible storm has destroyed the valley's library when a tree fell through it, an event that has left all the characters in various stages of shocking grief as the first part of the episode becomes about pulling the community together in order to take action. While the allegory of the episode is always apparent, this story also serves as a very efficient way to introduce a variety of new locations and characters that will be featured heavily this season, including the reveal that Jack from the Christmas special has now found permanent employment as chief of the valley's fire department. These scenes also bring Doc Hogg further into the foreground, signifying his ascension to main cast member this season, which I am excited for because more Doc Hogg is only ever a good thing.
Look what's playing! It's my favorite movie! Ben-Hur!
While plans are underway to remove the tree and fix the library, the kids soon realise a huge problem, as the disaster destroyed many of the library's books, and without books, they don't have a library. To remedy this, they plan to take action by going door to door gathering unwanted books from the other Valley residents which they can donate. A plan that, despite it all taking place during the daytime, Luna seems fully aware of, meaning she is omnipotent. Oh, we are so bad!
I have a whole box of books.
Wow,
If you
really?
like them,
Oh, yeah, that's
they
great,
are
Jeremiah.
yours.
Yeah, that's really perfect. I can just... Oh, that's heavy. Whoa!
Returning to the symbolism of the story though, Ojo in particular is shaken up by what transpired, especially when she accompanies Bear to visit the library in order to assess the damage. Later that night, Bear goes to Ojo's room in order to comfort her, and this scene is so sweet, I'm not even going to comically freak out at the reveal that Ojo has her own room, confirming she does in fact live in the big blue house.
Well, sometimes when things happen, like what happened to the library, it's weird when buildings get hurt, and it worries me, Bear.
Now, in part 2, things get a bit more complex as Ojo discovers the tree that fell into the library is home to 2 possums, voiced by comedians Brad Garrett and Gilbert Gottfried, also marking the first instance of guest stars being featured in the show. With this revelation, Ojo now has to stop the rest of the town from destroying or removing the tree, instead coming up with the idea to repurpose it into a book nook and rebuild the library around it. This 2-part episode was a fantastic start to the season, slowly easing you in on how this run of episodes will differ from what came before, while also helping kids to process their feelings regarding traumatic events, even when they are struggling to understand them, while still maintaining the same charm and humour the previous 3 seasons had perfected. Though our next story introduces the biggest change we'll encounter this season, which transforms into its own continuous arc, as Tudor begins attending mouse school. It was briefly referenced in the premiere, but things are truly kicked off with Season 4, Episode 3, Step by Step. In preparation for his first day, a meeting has been scheduled between Tudor and his new teacher, Miss Maxwell, performed by Jennifer Barnhart? Guess they finally had the budget to hire another female puppeteer. Though it isn't all sunshine and rainbows, as Tudor is afraid of starting school, as his friends worsen his anxieties by convincing him he'll be thrown into the deep end and get immediately tested on things he doesn't know yet. The solution Tudor arrives at is to speedrun his education before Miss Maxwell arrives, having completely misunderstood the purpose of school.
I've got to know it all. But I have a problem.
Oh, what is it?
I don't know any of it.
Eventually, when Miss Maxwell gets there, she is able to clear things up and ease Tutter's anxieties about starting school. But we're not quite done, as this episode also has a tangentially related B-plot, something that becomes standard in Season 4. Ojo has recently gotten a new bike, however she feels self-conscious when the otters point out her training wheels. To prove that she's not a little bear, she attempts to ride without them, only to lose control and crash right outside the school, which frustrates her.
Just because you couldn't do it this time doesn't mean that you won't learn.
It doesn't?
Of course not. No, see, learning doesn't happen all at once.
No.
The lesson of this one is that even seemingly insurmountable tasks can be accomplished if you understand how to break them down and tackle them step by step. Rome wasn't built in a day and all that. I do tend to neglect the process in favour of chasing the end result, which has got me basically nowhere. So with this episode, I began thinking more strategically, rather than being so fixated on how I'm not living the life I want that it becomes overwhelming. Look at what actions I can take right now, big or small, which was the first step in a very interesting journey I went on during this season. This storyline continues with Season 4, Episode 4, First Day at Mouse School, a story that deals with the separation anxiety that happens between a parent and a child when they start school, as Tudor had not realised Bear wouldn't be there with him. Though it does take significant screen time to showcase things from the adult's perspective too, saying out loud what has always been implied, that Bear is seen as Tudor's parent, as he is feeling all the emotions.
Well, we were just talking about you and what a big day this is for you.
Yeah, you can say that again.
What follows is a very wholesome side story where Bear sits with the other mouse parents who have been through all this before and help him adjust to this change.
Well, I do happen to have a few pictures of Tudor.
Ooh.
Here he is in his crib. Oh, and here he is taking his first steps. He was quite the early walker.
Look at that, up and around.
Darling.
The Mouse School itself might be my favourite new set the show introduces this season, as the whole thing is full of little details from the furniture made out of household objects to the walls being decorated with newspaper. It does a fantastic job depicting what a school for and presumably built by mice would look like. Throughout the day, Tudor gets over his nerves and makes a few friends, soon feeling comfortable enough at school that he says he no longer needs Bear to stay, as he has taken a massive leap forward in his development.
Ready to go, Bear?
Oh, yeah, I guess I am.
Come on, I'll walk you home.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, that Tutter of yours, he's really a pip.
Yeah, I'm so proud of him.
Fun fact, did you know a coral reef is made of limestone? Now, not every episode this season is gonna be some revolutionary masterpiece that changes the show forever. Many stories still return to the standard Big Blue House fare. Case in point, Season 4, Episode 5, Rocking Rocco, which sees Pip and Pop's cousin Rocco pay a visit.
Hello, Rocco.
But the otters are beside themselves to learn he is nothing like the shy and quiet kid they remember, as the episode kinda tricks you into thinking it's gonna be about learning to accept that people we know may change during our time apart, only to subvert this by revealing that Rocco is a bit of a delinquent, only doing what he wants and not considering others' feelings, trying to throw a rock at Tudor's head, then causing a scene when Bear takes them all to the movies to see the musical Hair.
It's about a very important moment in, bunny, culture.
Ah yes, very appropriate for children. Grade A parenting Bear. After going too far and attempting to destroy Tudor's favourite toy, Rocco is confronted about his behaviour, causing him to storm off. Once Bear catches up to him, the otter cousin reveals the reason he changed so drastically since the last time Pip and Pop saw him is because he got tired of being ignored and overlooked by everyone, which led to him trying to reinvent himself to make others like him, but he ended up taking it too far, something I can deeply relate to. Growing up neurodivergent and undiagnosed, I was acutely aware that everyone else around me seemed to be functioning on a wavelength I couldn't quite tune into, though having no idea why that was. And I would overcompensate for this by trying my best to act the way I perceived others, which would lead to embarrassment and further ostracization. And while I've thankfully progressed beyond the point of thinking wearing sunglasses and calling the things I loved gay was all I needed to fit in, age 11 was a rough time for me. I still come on way too strong in a majority of my relationships and constantly sacrifice my comfort to be liked, even when that has had disastrous consequences on my life and mental health. So far this season, I haven't brought up any of the words of the day for the episodes, simply because in Season 4 they feel less relevant than ever, especially now that the show has retired the What Do You Think segments. In many episodes, the inclusion feels more out of obligation, as sometimes the word they choose hardly resonates with the story. Like this episode about how you shouldn't change your identity to be liked, the word of the day is play, which feels entirely tacked on. Season 4 episode 6, When Harry Met Haley, brings back the once lost duckling from the previous season as he reveals his mother is expecting another child. Not sure what happened to all the other brothers and sisters that Harry mentioned in his first appearance, but oh well. The episode explores the feelings one experiences in anticipation of a new addition to their family, as the other kids speculate on all the changes Harry will soon be experiencing, which only serves to make him anxious. Especially when throughout the day, it seems his worst fears won't stop coming true, as all the adults, except for Bear of course, continue acting dismissive towards him. Our word of the day is of course baby, same as the season 2 premiere, but whereas Blutter's introduction was more about explaining the general concept of what a baby is, this one takes a much more personal angle with a very moving ending. Season 4 episode 7, Show and Tell, once again returns to Tudor's exciting adventures at Mouse School, though this time focusing on how this change is affecting the other characters, in particular the strain it has been putting on his relationship with Ojo, who feels Tudor is so preoccupied that he is neglecting their friendship. As the name implies, Tudor is tasked with bringing in something special for his first ever show and tell on Monday, but soon becomes stressed at the idea of having to single down which of his most favourite things to choose.
This is going to be an interesting weekend.
However, Tudor's hyperfixation on this leads to him breaking his promise to play cave explorers with Ojo, who no longer feels important to the mouse's life as school has become all he ever talks about.
But you have to work on your show and tell. which is called show and tell because you show and then you tell.
Yeah, Ojo. Hey, that's pretty good. How'd you remember all that?
Because it's all you ever talk about, Tutter. I just wanted to... Oh, forget it.
Ojo,
Forget it.
Ojo.
Meanwhile, Bear once more has to deal with his undiagnosed ADHD. He plans to have a nice relaxing weekend, but continuously procrastinates when he discovers a leaky faucet in the kitchen.
Oh no.
Eventually, Ojo and Tudor talk through their feelings as Tudor realises that he has been neglecting his friends lately, something I'm happy to see the show address before it could potentially become a bigger problem later in the season. With the word of the day being favourite, it is crystal clear from the beginning where this story is going, but I can't deny that Tudor deciding to bring his family in for show and tell wasn't touching.
Kinda gets you right here, doesn't it?
Fun fact, did you know a flying fish can travel up to 400 meters or 1300 feet in a single glide? This season's fixation on Tudor continues with the next outing, Season 4, Episode 8, and the 100th episode overall, Tudor Gathers Some Moss, which follows the little blue mouse as he struggles to befriend a classmate called Moss after joining the soccer team that Bear happens to be coaching. Though he refers to it as the elementary school soccer team, despite it being entirely mice, because apparently no other animals go to school in this town. The episode focuses on Tudor not understanding how to go about making friends, something he can't figure out because he's never had to think about it before.
I mean, I've known all you guys since I was a little mouse. You're family. How do I go about making a friend?
We'll just ignore that he already made several new friends on his first day at school. The episode is very similar to the lesson from Rocking Rocco, about not trying too hard to be liked by others. Though with this story centering on a character we already know, it does leave slightly more impact, especially because we see multiple attempts from Tudor to impress Moss, which all inevitably backfire, including one which brings back the mousapult Tudor invented back in Season 2. Only when Tudor is direct and honest about his intentions does he get results. The takeaway this episode wants you to have is that the simple things often work the best, which is the only attempt they make to tie in Bear and Tudor's storylines together. It is certainly something I could take on board though, since a running theme through this whole year has been me realising to what extent I make things needlessly complicated for myself, which caused me to do a lot of thinking.
Little Tudor's going out into the world making friends.
Yeah, they're all growing up so fast.
Around this time, I had the chance to put this idea into practice, along with continuing to expand my social circle when I travelled down to London to celebrate Tammy's birthday, where she had rented a B&B for a bunch of her friends, none of which I'd met before. Not only was I proud of the fact I travelled down there and navigated the London Underground by myself, but for once I didn't put any undue pressure on myself to be liked, which made for a much more relaxing and fun night where I was able to make a few new friends without trying to force it. Season 4, Episode 9, History, Herstory, Bearstory, is an episode I have a lot to say on because I believe it touches on a surprising and relevant topic, though I'm not sure if that's what the writer Claudia Silva intended. Let's talk about the story first. While playing hide and seek, Ojo, Tudor and Bear discover a stone fireplace in the middle of the woods, the only remains of an old house that once stood there. Confused and wanting answers, Ojo and Tudor launch an investigation as we are treated to the third and presumably final appearance of the Big Blue House detectives. To kick things off, they head to the library for some research where Etta and Otto help them find the right book, which tells them the house was originally built 200 years prior by Hephaestus Tortoise, a relative of Jeremiah. Thus they pay the valley's oldest resident a visit. Jeremiah is excited to talk about the house as he pulls out his great-grandfather's journal, which recounts how he became the first ever settler in what would later be known as Woodland Valley, named after the fact he tripped on a hill and was surprised that he would land in this valley.
Gosh, I always thought it was called Woodland Valley because it's, a wooded place. Like with trees.
And you know, Jeremiah, it is spelled that way.
Yeah, and I've been trying to get that changed for years.
Jeremiah is deeply upset by how few people know or care about the true story of how their town was built and the role his grandfather had in it. So to cheer him up, Bear and his friends create a special plaque for the fireplace, designating it a historic landmark to ensure that Hephaestus's legacy won't be forgotten.
If only great-grandpa Hephaestus could see what you have all done here. Yeah, if only. Oh well. Maybe when he gets back from Europe. You know, I got a postcard from him just last week.
As you can gather, the episode discusses the idea of history, not only the acknowledgement of significant world events, but also understanding how each of us has our own personal history, which we are constantly writing. A theme that comes full circle at the end when Bear gifts Ojo a journal so she can document her history like Hephaestus did. While this is a delightful story where we learn how Woodland Valley came to be and gain more insight into Jeremiah, I believe you can make an argument that this story can be read as a critique on revisionist history. There is a fear that the story of Hephaestus will be lost to time, a fear that is very valid as we see no one even knows the real reason the place is called Woodland Valley, which you can easily draw parallels to from our world. Over time, the truth of our history has been overwritten and replaced by false narratives created by people with their own biases who either didn't care about the truth or consciously rejected it, leading to mass erasure of marginalized identities, whether it be historians painting a world where they didn't exist, or a conscious effort on the part of fascist movements to strike any mention of them from the record, because it becomes a lot easier to deny people their rights when you can pretend they haven't always existed. This episode serves as an important reminder to question the narratives we are fed and consider where they may stem from, something that's only going to become more and more important in the coming years. So much of human history has already been lost, which is why it is crucial to seek out and learn what is still out there.
The more you know, the more you wonder, the more you wonder, the more you know.
In Season 4, Episode 10, At the Old Bear Game, we learn that Pip and Pop are obsessed with baseball, which I'm trying to think, and I can't remember any previous instance where they alluded to this strong affinity for America's favourite pastime. They are especially invested in the career of one Ferret Jeter, whom they both consider their personal hero, causing them to act neglectful towards Bear.
The Otters and I have been playing catch ever since they were little.
But Bear, it is not catch.
It's baseball. And we just need you to take us to the park.
Yeah.
Oh.
However, Bear soon reveals he happens to know Ferret Jeter, as the two attended Hazelnut High together and played for their school's team.
You mean you really do know him?
Man has daily conversations with both the moon and the sun, but they're impressed he knows a baseball player. And even with the way the Otters are acting, Bear arranges for Ferret to visit the Big Blue House so Pip and Pop can have a chance to meet him and ask all their burning questions. Though when the moment arrives, their nerves get the best of them.
Well, you could have asked Bear. Bear! You see, Bear knows a lot of stuff, like cooking and how to get balls out of trees.
Oh, and he's really a pro of that sniffing thing he does.
Yeah, but he doesn't know that much about baseball.
Well, have you ever asked him about baseball?
Well,
No.
So Ferret gives them all a musical history lesson, telling them what a great player Bear was in school and how he led their team to victory, after which he invites them all along to watch that night's game. And despite my less than favourable view of Pip and Pop in this episode, it does lead to a sweet ending where Bear gifts them his old collection of baseball cards, but they also have a surprise for him.
Here!
Oh wow! My very own baseball card!
And check out your stats,
Read it.
Oh, sniffing 1,000. Hugging right now. Huh?
No.
Oh, I get it.
Fun fact, did you know the national tree in Chile is the Araucaria araucana, also known as the monkey puzzle? Season 4, Episode 11, The Amazing Skippy, is the first episode in a while where Treelo has played a significant key role in the story. Here he's excited to introduce the rest of the household to his good friend Skippy the squirrel. However, upon their guest's arrival, everyone soon learns that Skippy is blind, as the episode is aiming to discuss living with a disability, which is the word of the day. Similar to the Christmas special focusing on the homeless, this was not a topic I foresaw the show exploring, as even media aimed at adults more often than not struggle to properly address it, especially with how drastically the conversation has evolved in the past 20 or so years. I wasn't worried because I trust this show to teach me how to do my taxes, but even still, I was pleasantly surprised how tactful and, in many aspects, ahead of the times this episode was, even making an attempt at deconstructing the harmful trope of a person's disability being labelled a superpower. From the start, the message of this one is clear as day. Disability is not a sickness and should not be treated as taboo. It's perfectly acceptable to ask questions so long as you remain respectful, and a person with a disability has agency and shouldn't be infantilized or have their autonomy taken away. It's a message that only continues to stay relevant when you understand how few rights disabled people actually have even today. In the UK, many people with a disability rely on benefits that are means tested, which can be revoked by the government if that person decides to move in with their partner or get married. My only real complaint is I wish they had devoted a little more time to building Skippy's relationships with the other characters. There are moments where the kids are able to find things they can bond with him over, but it loses me towards the end when everyone else begins romanticizing Skippy's disability, treating him as inspirational for simply existing, which is another harmful trope in representation as it only serves to further alienate people with a disability. Rather than focus on how easy it would be to make things more accessible for Skippy, the conclusion instead becomes about how he is there specifically to enlighten the non-disabled people in the room. I enjoyed it overall. As I said, it gets a lot more right than it doesn't, but the ending does slightly sour the episode for me. Still, it's an important message that only continues to remain relevant, especially after surviving a pandemic during which disabled people were told by those in power that their lives were a necessary sacrifice for the economy. In Season 4, Episode 12, Let's Hit the Road, Tudor receives a permission slip for his first ever field trip, which he excitedly tells his friends about, only for their comments to make him anxious about the whole thing.
I am shocked. Shocked. Well, not that shocked.
While Tudor leaves to do what he does best and catastrophize the situation to a point where he decides not to tell Bear about his permission slip, Oja becomes inspired by the idea of getting out there to see the world, leading to her planning a bike trip.
And I'm going to do it all by myself.
Oh.
Though Bear is soon able to convince her to let him tag along as they make a day out of it. This scene also made me realise something present across the entire show, though I had never quite noticed until this episode, and it only makes me further appreciate Bear's parenting style. He rarely, if ever, tells the kids outright that they can't do something, instead employing some expert negotiation skills to persuade them that not doing the incredibly dangerous thing was actually their idea, still offering them guidance, but doing it in such a way that the kids still feel that they are making their own choices. And I think this season especially, we've seen the outcome of this style of parenting, which I'll go more into in my overall season analysis. These two plots perfectly link back up when, during their excursion, Bear and Ojo pass by the school and run into Miss Maxwell, where Bear learns that Tudor kept his field trip a secret from him. They all return to the house to find Tudor pretending to be ill so he can excuse himself, which everyone sees right through as Miss Maxwell clears the whole thing up for him.
Oh, Tudor. Just because it's called a field trip doesn't mean you're actually going to a field.
But it just so happens we are going to a field tomorrow. We're taking a field trip to a field.
See? Huh? Oh. Okay, well, that can be interesting too. Farmhouse.
So Tudor does decide to go on his trip, as Bear and Luna discuss the moral of the episode, which is to talk about what scares you. An idea we have seen keep cropping up across this project in many forms, and one I have consistently been trying to be better at. But with this episode also being about travel, in continuation from Tudor's tiny trip in Season 2, I'll give you an update on how I've been getting on with being open to travelling more. On top of looking at ways I might be able to return to Atlanta for MomoCon again in 2025, while I was with Tammy in London, we called another one of our friends who I haven't seen in person since we left university because they left the country. And we decided next March to fly to Spain for a few days to spend some time together, which I'm excited about since it's a country I've never had the opportunity to visit before. Next year is already shaping up to be one of my most exciting and adventurous yet. We reached the midpoint of the season with episode 13, Appreciation Day, which is yet another Mouse School-centric storyline as Tudor and his class plan to throw Miss Maxwell a big celebration in honour of Teacher Appreciation Day, as they talk about decorations and dessert, giving the impression this will be in a similar ilk to the previous birthday episodes, only for it to take a surprising turn when Tudor gets paired with a shy mouse named Lily to put together Miss Maxwell's gift. A turn of events he feels very hesitant about, which comes off as rude and dismissive towards Lily, not even giving her a chance to speak. Yeah, as a certified Tudor stan, this sequence was difficult to watch.
I have these professionally taken photographs of me.
Eventually, Lily suggests the two write a poem for their teacher, which allows Tudor to finally get over himself as he learns that you don't need to wait for a specific national day to show the people in your life how much you appreciate them, ensuring Lily is given full credit for the poem when they read it to the class. And in the spirit of that message, the other characters throw Bear his own celebration, deciding henceforth will also be known as Bear Appreciation Day.
By the way, if there's anyone you appreciate, well, say or do something nice for them. They'll appreciate it.
Fun fact, did you know The Castle of Otranto by Horace Walpole is credited for starting the Gothic genre when it was first published in 1764? Season 4, Episode 14, Show Your Stuff, explores what it means to be talented at something as everyone is practicing what they're good at while Bear is attempting to take up a new hobby, trying his hand at wood carving. Improving with each attempt because, as we learned in Season 2, practice may not always make perfect, but it does make better. However, Bear becomes so involved in his whittling that he almost completely forgets about soccer practice, which is where the primary storyline gets going. Tudor is excited to showcase how good he is at kicking to the rest of the team, only to be continuously shown up by another mouse called Rita. Despite his best attempts, Tudor is unable to stop comparing himself to Rita during practice, which only serves to dishearten and frustrate him to a point where he considers quitting soccer altogether.
Well, okay, Tudor. I mean, if you really don't want to play soccer anymore, that's okay. It's your decision.
Yeah.
But, Tudor, I hope you think about this before you really decide.
It's no use, Bear. My mind's made up.
Jumping ahead an unspecified amount of time, we find Tudor in class where Rita compliments Tudor on his art and asks if he'd be able to help her improve hers.
I guess I'm not so good at drawing, but I sure do like doing it though, you know?
Yeah.
This allows Tudor to realise that he needs to do what he loves even if he may not be the best at it. That doesn't matter. Even asking Rita to help him practice so he can help her with art and she can help him with soccer skills. I heavily related to Tudor's struggle in this episode as it's one very similar to what I'm currently going through in terms of continuing to do theatre. During university, I felt incredibly self-conscious and would constantly compare myself to everyone who had been training for far longer than I had, only having about 4 actual singing lessons before my original audition for the course. For years now, I've been struggling with the question of if I even enjoy performing anymore because of how much stress it puts me under. And since last year, I've been debating if it might be time to quit completely. Even with the private lessons I've been taking this year, I couldn't escape that nagging thought that no matter what, I'll never be good enough for the roles I want to play. But despite it all, there is still no greater feeling in my life than being on stage, and I wouldn't give that up for the world. That's why no matter how many bad auditions I give or disappointing emails I receive, I still try, because I know deep down, I still want to do this, and I always will. And funny enough, Season 4 episode 15, The Great Bandini, also sort of links onto that, as it's yet another episode about music, though this time from more of a technical perspective, explaining the meaning behind terms like chord, note, and tone to help the audience better understand the structure of music and how to create it. The plot concerns a famous but reclusive musician visiting the valley to host a workshop for which everyone is excited.
Hey, I heart Bandini. Nice shirt.
You like it? I picked it up over at Woodstock back in,
69.
That's right.
Well, for the most part. The kids are feeling a tad overwhelmed by it all, especially since they aren't as proficient with instruments, which they are worried will lead to them being embarrassed during the masterclass.
How can we go to this talk when we don't understand anything about music in the first place?
On the way into town, the kids relay their fears to Bear, which is when they happen to run into one Edwina Badger, played by Whoopi Goldberg.
My path has been known to cross with Bandinis on occasion.
Oh.
Yeah, this is the only other instance of a prominent guest star on the show besides the season premiere. It seems strange they only did this twice, but the fact they got one of the biggest stars in the world at the height of her career just shows how huge this show was. After season 4 for the most part has shied away from reusing old footage, this episode technically counts as the last clip show, with flashbacks to 2 songs from previous seasons as Edwina helps them all find the music in them by reminding them of previous times they've made music. These include Pip and Pop's love song and everyone dancing to the Grandma Mumbo.
You don't need a fancy instrument to make music, because music's everywhere. It's all around us, just waiting to come out.
Shocking plot twist, Edwina Badger is actually the Great Bandini, who invites everyone up on stage to perform. The thing I took from this one was essentially part 2 of the lesson from the last episode. Even if I'm not the best at performing, I still love it and want to continue, despite feeling I'm less knowledgeable than others, only having a basic understanding of how to read sheet music, if that. Up next is Season 4 Episode 16, Big Blue Home of the Brave. Tudor is given an important solo in his upcoming school music recital, a responsibility he is honoured to receive and feels surprisingly confident about.
You're a brave mouse, Tudor, to sing all alone in front of everyone like that. Oh,
Brave? Me?
Well, it was nice while it lasted. The word of the day is brave, as Tudor deals with anxieties over performing, while Ojo is considering taking the training wheels off her bike again, though is hesitant because of what happened last time, making this episode a sequel to Step by Step from the beginning of the season.
I don't have to take them off yet, do I, Bear?
Oh, of course not, Ojo. You can keep them on as long as you want. But when you do decide to take them off, I'll be right there behind you.
Remember when Ojo used to use her imagination to make up games for herself and her friends? Now all she does is ride her bike all the time, which to some degree I get because a puppet on a bicycle was a technological marvel back when the Muppet movie was released, so it's impressive to see it in almost every episode on a TV show. I mean, they even put it in the intro. But I can't help but feel Ojo no longer feels as defined, especially when a previous episode fully called out the fact she rarely plays pretend anymore.
Where are you off to this time? Maybe to Ojo Island for a little sun and surf?
No.
Or maybe to a pirate's cove? Arg, arg.
No.
Or maybe to the second star to the right?
No, Bear. This isn't a pretend trip. It's real.
Real?
I was so worried for Tudor this entire episode as he practices the entire day, as I was terrified he was going to tire out his voice and wouldn't be able to sing at the recital.
Maybe you've had enough practice for today. In fact, maybe what you could use right now is a good night's sleep.
Oh, right. I get you. Rest the pipes, Bear.
But the morning arrives as Tudor performs in spite of his fear, which inspires Ojo to take off her stabilizers.
They're doing so many new things now, Luna.
Well, doing new things is a big part of growing up.
Yeah. I wonder what they'll do next.
Well, Bear, it's hard to say.
The last 3 episodes have all been about the same idea of confidence, but with each focusing on a different part of it. Show Your Stuff was about the dangers of comparing yourself to others and how that can take the joy out of something. The Great Bandini was about not allowing yourself to be intimidated out of trying something new due to fear over a lack of knowledge or experience. And this episode was about how obsession over potential failure will always hold us back. That life is never won without putting yourself out there and taking a few risks every once in a while.
Well, Tutter, think about it this way. If everyone knew how things were going to turn out before we did them, nobody would try anything new.
Fun fact, did you know the record for most Eurovision Song Contest wins is tied between Ireland and Sweden, though Ireland is the only country to have won 3 consecutive times? Season 4, Episode 17, A Trip to the General Store, is perhaps the most what it says on the tin episode of the entire show, as Bear is going shopping with everyone else wanting to tag along. This episode makes such a big deal about how excited the characters are to visit the general store that I wonder if it was supposed to take place far earlier this season, because by this point we've already seen the characters visit the store many times without making a huge song and dance about it. The episode is about the concept of money and how one uses it to purchase goods and services, providing essential financial advice for 3-year-olds. Apparently in Woodland Valley, they use clams as a currency, despite them also clearly being food.
But how do you get money, Bear?
Yeah!
I too would very much like to know. Pip and Pop decide to go to work while the others want to sell something in order to make money by opening a lemonade stand, postponing their shopping trip.
So I'm not going to the store just yet. Yeah.
God, I love this man. And let me tell y'all, this part killed me when I first saw it. The most I've laughed at anything in the show, which considering how many great moments there have been, says a lot.
Wow! How was it, Bear? Good, right? It was good, right?
What kind of lemonade is this exactly?
Oh, it has a secret ingredient, right, guys?
Salt?
Meanwhile, Pip and Pop clean out some regular clams for Lois, who pays them with monetary clams for their work because this financial system wasn't already confusing enough. With them all having money, they can finally head to the general store, which is where things take a surprising turn. Once they've all decided what to buy, they meet a rabbit mother and her son who are struggling financially after their home was flooded in the same storm that destroyed the library in the season premiere. And in what I assume is them taking to heart the lesson from the Christmas special, Trilo gives the rabbit the toy he bought, with them all having learned the difference between a want and a need.
Trilo, but Billy wants stuff too.
In Season 4, Episode 18, A Strange Bird, Bear heads to the post office to pick up the mail, and I just realised Jeremiah is both Woodland Valley's only postal worker while also being the manager of the general store. No wonder he's always tired all the time. Turns out a postcard arrived for Bear weeks ago informing him that a penguin named Puck would be stopping by Woodland Valley that day on his way back to the South Pole. Bear is excited since he's never met a penguin before.
Have you ever met somebody from another part of the world?
Puck arrives as culture shock is near instantaneous, with the word of the day being diversity, which Tudor learns about in school. This proves useful as Tudor is then later able to teach the others about it.
I think that maybe we didn't understand some of the things Puck was doing because we didn't know about how penguins do stuff down in the South Pole.
We never been to South Pole, huh?
Well, that's okay. I mean, you don't have to go there to find out how people from different parts of the world do things.
Thus, they all head to the library so they can learn more about Puck's culture to make things more accommodating and inclusive for him, which in turn makes him want to learn more about them.
There are as many types of creatures and ways of doing things as there are stars in the sky. And each one is beautiful in its own way.
This was the last episode to air during the show's original run, premiering on October 6, 2003. Earlier that year in March, Lynn Thigpen passed away at the age of 54. Despite Luna only being a minor character all things considered, most of the time only appearing at the very end of the episode, the way Lynn portrayed her made her one of the most beloved and memorable aspects of the entire series. At the time of her passing, she had finished recording her lines for Season 4, and principal photography for the episodes was completed, with this episode actually being one of the very last last they filmed. And with a huge part of the series now absent, no one working on the show felt right about continuing new episodes. Thus, it was decided that it would not continue beyond season 4. Disney would not air the remaining 7 episodes for another 3 years when they were all burned off in a single week in April of 2006, starting with season 4, episode 19, The View from You. Miss Maxwell is teaching Tudor's class all about looking at things from a different perspective, tasking her students to make something that demonstrates their own unique point of view. Yeah, I'm on Tudor's side for once. That is such a vague assignment that could easily lead to stress and confusion. And that confusion leads Tudor to decide his presentation will be in the form of an action movie, only to quickly become overwhelmed, leading to him cancelling production. While Tudor is agonising over this, we learn Trilo has recently gotten into painting.
So it's a picture of, Well, whatever it is, it's just beautiful.
And later on, he invites Bear and Tudor to his gallery in the living room. All of Trilo's paintings are about presenting the world as he sees it, which inspires Tudor, who knows exactly what to do for his movie, which delights his classmates.
And so, when all is said and done, for a little mouse, the world is a big and exciting place. Any way you look at it.
Fun fact, did you know the end of an ice glacier is often referred to as a snout? Season 4, episode 20, To Clean or Not to Clean, opens with Bear returning home after being away on a trip, attending a conference for bear craft tools and having left Lois to look after the kids. Though upon his arrival, he finds the entire house is a great big mess, as things are missing, there's no room to move around, and Tudor is trapped in the cheese drawer. Thus, Bear spends the day helping everyone with their various predicaments, while helping them all understand that their issues stemmed from them not cleaning up, as they had been neglecting their responsibility, which is the word of the day. Everyone goes to play outside, and what you think is going to happen happens.
Well, we have had some thoughts on that, Bear.
Yeah, we were thinking, why do we have to take a bath anyway?
Yeah.
This sounds awfully familiar.
After imagining how horrifying it would be to never clean themselves again, they are all too eager to get scrubbing away.
It's getting late, and we should all say goodnight.
Wait a minute! Don't we brush our teeth before bed?
We don't have to, do we, Bear?
Well...
I'm just kidding, Bear! I'm just fooling ya!
This episode should be required viewing for anyone leaving home for university or college, because I have had to live with a few people over the years who desperately needed to learn this stuff. Outside of that though, it's easily the weakest episode of the season, just another economically conscious one that's half new material and half reused old footage. Beginning our final descent is season 4 episode 21, Great Ball of Firefighters. Tonight is the first ever annual Firefighters Ball, as Bear is in charge of preparing refreshments. However, he has to go pick up Tudor from school, leaving Pip, Pop, Edda and Otto to finish his special cookies. The theme of this episode is about expectations and the potential harm they can cause if left unchecked, which is mainly explored through Tudor and Ojo. Tudor learns of a new dance craze sweeping his school that will be part of the ball tonight, which his classmates make him feel self-conscious about since he's the only one who doesn't know it. Meanwhile, Ojo sees a movie with Doc Hogg that gives her some expectations of her own, believing tonight's ball will be a fancy soiree just like in the movie she saw.
But where's the grand ballroom and the fancy furniture and the chandelier and the marble fountain?
We got a hay bale and a dirt floor.
As the ball gets underway, Tudor does his best to spend the evening avoiding his friends so they won't learn his shameful secret, while Ojo continues to be disappointed that the party is nothing like she pictured, leading to them both ending up outside so Bear can talk to them about how they'd feel better if they went into tonight being more open-minded. This convinces them to go back in and give it another try, which ends with them all doing a fiery rendition of the Bear Cha-Cha-Cha. This episode did resonate with me because keeping my expectations in check has never been easy for me, especially during this year. I started this project with all this energy and belief that 2024 was going to be the best year of my life. That I was going to do this project to improve my standard of living, get out and do all these amazing things and make the most out of everything. And to some degree, I have done that, but there have also been moments of doubt and falling back into old patterns and stressing out because so little has gone to plan. This year has been a mix of some of the best and worst moments of my entire life, often very close together. I've made choices that turned out not to be what's best for me. There have been moments where I have felt, quite frankly, the worst I ever have, but I've also tried and discovered new things and met or got closer to so many amazing people. You just have to take the good with the bad, and as we start winding down and gearing up for next year, that's something I need to take to heart. 5 episodes left. Season 4, episode 22 is Grandma Flutter's 100th birthday, as the episode is about the idea of aging and how we are all the product of our experiences and knowledge, even commenting on how time moves faster the older we grow, yet there is always more life to live. Well, until there isn't, but obviously it doesn't address that. Tudor is anxious because for his grandma's 100th birthday he wants to get her something special, though he's so focused on getting her stereotypical old people things because he can't look beyond her age, linking all the way back to Etta and Otter's introduction where we learned not to underestimate relatives and view them as still their own people. But in talking with other residents of the valley, Tudor learns about his grandma's past, her love for dancing, which I thought he already knew, especially since Grandma Flutter is a professional dance teacher, her career as a baseball player, even starting her first ever women's league, her being a seasoned traveller, and so many other things.
And was she not a steamboat captain for a while? I believe she was. Huh?
In fact, wasn't she a magician?
And she was also a great
high jump in the Olympics.
Though now Tudor has an entirely different problem. Whereas before he didn't know anything to give his grandma, now he's faced with far too many options, though it doesn't take long for him to find a solution.
If I were her, I'd want to remember all the great things I had done.
Hey, Tudor, I think you're onto something.
I am?
Yeah. Maybe you could think of a way to give Grandma a way of remembering what she's done. You know, maybe a picture of her whole life.
So with everyone's help, he puts together a scrapbook showcasing all her accomplishments and passions.
Turn the page! Look here, I'll do it for you!
Oh, look! There's lots of blank pages! Oh, I'm glad you left some for new pictures, Tudor. Oh, hey, I'm a youngin' yet. At least that's what Jeremiah says, and he's 132.
Also, this episode wins the award for the best rendition of Where is Shadow?
Where, oh, where, oh, where is Shadow?
That's right, Doc.
Where, oh, where is Shadow?
Yes, very good.
Where, oh, where is Shadow?
Yes, indeed.
Where can Shadow be?
Very nice. Thanks.
With this episode's conclusion involving a scrapbook, I figured it was time to show y'all how I got on with the collage I've been working on for the past few months, as around this time I was just adding the finishing touches, and I could not be happier with how it all came out. The perfect encapsulation of everything I've been able to accomplish this year that I'll always be able to look back on. And for the final fun fact of the year, did you know Iceland is formed almost entirely of volcanic rock? Season 4, episode 23 is titled Tudor's First Big Sleepover Bash, which opens with a full musical number of Bear welcoming us into the house, which feels like something they should have done earlier instead of the 4th to last episode, because they use it to open every remaining story. Sleepover is the word of the day, as Tudor has invited his friends from school to stay over for the night, though he didn't do a great job providing Bear with a guest list. Sounds familiar. The mice struggle to settle down as they are all in bewilderment over how big everything in the house is.
Guys, that's just Bear's baseball glove.
What does he use for a ball? The moon?
Seriously, though, he does talk to the moon.
Finally, someone acknowledged it! I really like this episode, but I can't help but feel like it could have been more impactful had it been about Tudor being invited to someone else's house and dealing with his anxieties of sleeping away from home for the first time, which could have been a very important and emotional episode. but for what it is, it's still a great time. Shortly after watching this episode, I once more went home for a few days where we received our first real snowfall since 2021, at which point I suddenly remembered a lesson from all the way back in season 2 that I had yet to properly fulfill. Thus, I wanted to make something with my hands. Looking back, I definitely picked the worst character to attempt to sculpt out of snow, as you can see just from how many times it almost completely fell apart. That plus I made the eyes way too small, and by the end it looked more like a rabbit than it did a mouse, but it did feel good to physically make something again.
Whoa!
3 episodes left, and I can already feel the withdrawal kicking in. Season 4, episode 24, Volunteers of Woodland Valley sees Bear have an accident involving a rogue skateboard, causing him to sprain his toe on the day where he planned to do some volunteer work. Feeling guilty over what happened, since they're the ones who left the skateboard out in the hall, the kids volunteer to volunteer in Bear's place, taking on his responsibilities at the library and the firehouse. While initially they worry because they won't be able to do all the same things Bear can, throughout the day they each discover they have far more to offer than they think, with the Otters and Tudor finding they are great at hosting story time at the library, while Ojo and Trilo help Jack wash the station's fire truck, as they all decide to continue volunteering even after Bear is healed.
I only wish I could have been there.
Well, in a way, I think you were Bear.
Really? What do you mean?
It sounds to me as if your example inspired them to do the things they did.
Wow. Huh. I never thought of it that way, Luna. Maybe you're right.
I'm sure of it, Bear.
And the penultimate episode of Season 4, as well as the entire series, is episode 25, Let It Go, which is a very fitting title. But the episode itself is about worrying, and how it isn't a productive way to deal with anything. In those scenarios, the best thing to do is simply let it go. Which is easier said than done, especially as an adult when fears are all too real. But in the innocent, safe, consequence-free story, Pip and Pop are freaking out because they believe the otter pond is going to dry up.
And it's not just a pond, Bear. All of Woodland Valley is going to be like a desert.
Yup, nothing but sand as far as the eye can see. Maybe there'll be camels.
Oh, that'd be kind of cool, actually.
Yeah, I like camels.
Guys, there aren't any camels in Woodland Valley.
Oh.
Well, not lately.
The cause for their panic is they heard from Ojo and Trilo that it was never going to rain again. Though upon further investigation, Bear discovers the rumour actually stemmed from Tudor, who simply overheard some small talk between Bear and Doc Hogg centred on the weather. But he didn't hear the whole story, mainly the part where Bear turned on the radio and heard it would be raining later that day, as they all laugh about the misunderstanding and celebrate the coming rainfall.
See, everybody worries sometimes, even me. The thing to remember is, you can't let worrying get out of hand.
Shadow's role in the episode was quite interesting because they entirely omit the Where is Shadow song, and in its stead, we have Shadow singing her own little introductory jingle when she appears. Similar to the recent addition of Bear's new song at the start of each episode, these changes are clearly a case of when the crew were experimenting with potential new additions they wanted to carry through into the next season back when that was a possibility. This episode doesn't even feature a Shadow story, instead having her join everyone together to reprise the song No Harm that made its first appearance back in the season premiere.
Well, everyone has worries, Bear. In fact, often you can't avoid them. But I think the one thing that can help is talking to someone about them.
True, Luna. Very true.
I've decided to wrap up my thoughts on Season 4 before getting into episode 26 because I think it only makes sense the finale have its own section. At the start of Season 4, I mentioned how this season felt like the show attempting to grow up with its audience, an intention that only became clearer the further we got into this run of episodes. Every previous season had this element of showing the kids starting to grow up, but in Season 4, that idea is pushed to the forefront of most episodes and kind of becomes the driving force of the show. There are so many moments this season where the kids can work through their problems on their own, using the tools they've been given across every previous episode to resolve issues independently, while Bear pretty much stands in the background during many story resolutions. It continues the themes present in Season 2, especially since we have now arrived at a point where the kids can communicate with the audience and explain the word of the day without Bear being present. Though they still sometimes need a bit of help, like in Tudor Gathers Some Moss, where the word of the day gets introduced by Tudor and his friends, though they have no clue how to go about explaining it. Thus, Bear has to bring it back up at the end of the story for some clarification. If I had to single out a recurring theme that ties most of these episodes together, it would be change, which goes hand in hand with a focus on how quickly the kids are growing up. We have the show's first and only story arc of Tudor attending mouse school, dealing with all these new experiences as he starts forming a life and social group outside of the Big Blue House, finding confidence in his singing voice and just overall learning how to navigate this huge adjustment to his life. While I'm not a fan of the shift away from Ojo using her imagination, including her bike in so many stories made it feel that much more rewarding when she felt ready to remove her stabilizers, because there was build-up over multiple episodes. That and the way Vicky Eibner plays Ojo has evolved, which I suspect was a conscious choice to make her feel older. We did see this a bit in Season 3, though here it was fully implemented. Trilo and the Otters have never received the same focus as Ojo or Tudor, but they too had moments this season that showed a lot of personal growth. Pip and Pop take responsibility for causing Bear's accident by volunteering at the library and finding they love it so much they want to do it every weekend. While Trilo explores his passion for art, which has always been somewhat present, but his standout moment for me was when he gives up his new toy in a trip to the general store. It's honestly my favourite Trilo moment of the whole show because of how honest and sincere Tyler Bunch's performance is. And change doesn't just end with the main characters, because it was present in every facet of this season. After all, it's meant to be a somewhat substantial departure from the first 3 seasons with all the new characters and locations that make up the greater world of Woodland Valley. These new additions, as well as placing even more emphasis on the supporting cast, like with Doc Hogg essentially becoming an honorary main character, were able to breathe so much life back into the show after Season 3 felt like the well had run dry. Even in the Big Blue House centric ones that do return to the simplicity of the first 3 seasons, it's with this new energy, especially with the stories exploring more complex topics. But honestly, I think the biggest upgrade this season was the music, because the sheer variety here compared to previously is staggering. I love countless songs from the first 3 seasons, but a majority of them are just Bear singing about the theme of the episode. But here, following the greater focus on both the kids and the other residents of Woodland Valley, they give all those characters a lot more time on the mic with a heavier emphasis on big group numbers. Even when they do go the standard route of Bear singing about the word of the day, other characters will often still be involved to a degree. Though this comes with a catch, and that is that the songs in these episodes seem far shorter than they used to be, which wasn't even that long to begin with. Another thing I noticed while revisiting this season is how it seemed the approach to writing the episodes changed as well. Previously, all stories, with a few exceptions, had to take place in a single day, even when it didn't make logical sense. Like in A Plant Grows in Bear's House from Season 1, it seemingly jumps forward months to when Pip and Pop's flower is fully grown, yet all the characters talk about the events as though it's still the same day, making me question how exactly time worked in the Big Blue House. Here, those stories no longer have this arbitrary restriction and often will take place over multiple days, which means the episodes no longer have to rush to a conclusion. Season 4 might be my favourite season, or at the very least tied with Season 2. There are just so many amazing episodes here that brought the show to new heights, and it's a shame that it's also the least remembered season because of how badly Playhouse Disney fumbled its release, and with very few episodes being made available on DVD. Like I said, I was able to recall so much from Seasons 1 and 2, and a few vague things from Season 3, but I have no memory of ever seeing any of these episodes, despite still watching reruns up until the very end of Playhouse Disney's life. Though at least now most of it is available on Disney+. As for adult me though, I feel this season has had the most impact on my life moving forward because the lessons I've taken from these episodes and the self-reflection they caused helped me to make a very important decision regarding my future. I graduated from university in July of 2022, about 2.5 years ago, and since then I have continued to live in the same town, which has contributed to that feeling of my life going nowhere, because I was having difficulty letting go of those experiences I had. My decision to stay was solely because that's what my friends were doing, and I was so terrified of facing the inevitability that we're all going to go in different directions that I put my own life on hold to steal more time with them. For so long, I have been living my life purely for the sake of others, constantly repressing my feelings and comfort because I was overwhelmed by my fear of change. Then I decided to start this project, and over the course of this year, I have been able to regain that sense of self because I've learned I am far more capable than I realise. I mean, I taught myself how to cook, I flew to the other side of the world by myself, I tried new things and sought out different experiences, and actually started to practice self-care. The only things I had yet to fulfill were being honest about my emotions and understanding that sometimes I have to put myself first. So I looked at where I want to be in the next 5 to 10 years, broke down how I'm going to get there step by step, talked through my feelings with my loved ones and didn't let my worries hold me back, and I made a decision. Next spring, I'm going to move back home so that I can save up enough money to fully start my life. And I don't think I could have ever arrived at this decision had it not been for the work I've done thanks to this show. I started this year utterly terrified that anything could change at any moment and feeling I had no control over my life. And I'm ending it by taking charge and actively trying to change things for the sake of my happiness. And to be honest, I couldn't have imagined a better outcome than that when I started this whole thing. Which I guess means we're coming to the end of this journey. And what a ride it's been. But there's still one more episode to discuss before we fully wrap things up. So, this is Season 4, Episode 26. This is your life, Bear. The episode opens the same as always, with Bear inviting us inside and giving the audience a complimentary sniff. It may be the finale, but we've still got a formula to follow. Interestingly enough though, this episode doesn't feature Bear's new song, which was introduced in episode 23 of the season and then was featured in episode 24 and 25.
I have a few minutes to relax, so I thought I would listen to my favorite radio program on my favorite radio station, WCHA-CHA. All cha-cha all the time.
While listening to the radio, Bear overhears of a contest where if the lucky caller can guess the cha-cha record being played and the artist behind it, they'll win a vacation to Sequoia City for them and 5 friends. Conveniently, the exact number of friends Bear happens to have. All he has to do is sit there and wait for the track to be played.
Nothing's gonna make me move from this spot.
In the kitchen, Bear finds Ojo, Trilo, and Tudor, who attempted to bite off a little more than he could chew, getting his head stuck in a block of cheese, and needs Bear's help. A scene that feels like an unrelated distraction to get Bear away from the radio, but becomes surprisingly relevant later on. With Tudor free, Bear returns to the living room and is relieved to learn that he has yet to miss the competition.
I am not moving.
And you wouldn't want to miss out on that all-expenses-paid vacation.
Bear!
In a moment that feels reminiscent of their brief bout with existentialism back in Season 2, Episode 26, the Otters have yet another burning question for Bear.
We wanted to know, when the garbage collectors come to get the trash, do they just take the bags?
Or do they leave a totally new can, too?
That's what you wanted to know?
Yep.
Upon gifting them the knowledge they require, Bear remembers the thing he's supposed to be doing.
The contest! I almost forgot!
I don't think I've ever seen Bear run before. That's a very funny image. Luckily, he makes it just in time for the contest to start.
Oh, I know this one. It's,
Get on the phone!
Cha-Cha Party by Swifty Sloth and the Cha-Cha Chimps.
Get on the phone then! Needless to say, I was slightly stressed. Thankfully, Bear heard my yelling from 20 years in the future and quickly dials in where he gets put on the air by the station's DJ Harry O'Hare.
And this is...
I'm Bear. Bear from Woodland Valley.
Well, okay, Bear from Woodland Valley. Do you know the answer?
Yes, I think so. Is it Cha-Cha Party by Swifty Sloth and the Cha-Cha Chimps?
Oh, so close and yet so absolutely right!
Bear is so beside himself with excitement that he starts hyperventilating as Harry tells him to slowly breathe in and out. A clever, subtle conclusion of a running bit this season where Bear instructs Tudder to do the same whenever the mouse starts panicking. While this has been going on, the kids are playing hide and seek outside, where Tudder overhears Bear's celebration and assumes the worst.
I could definitely use a vacation. Oh yeah, well I have a house full of 5 little friends. Yes, it's true.
Bear needs a vacation? Oh, whoa! I gotta tell everybody else!
Bear decides to go upstairs and pack everyone's stuff before telling them about the vacation, making it a surprise. Hey, doesn't Tudder go to school and thus would need to inform his teacher that he will be absent for however long? Our big brown host is so excited he jumps into a song about how great it is to be a bear. I think we just need to take a moment to acknowledge, how much Noel McNeil's dancing in the bear costume has improved over the years. He is so light on his feet now. It is a lovely song as usual, but something was nagging me by this point in the episode. Where was the word of the day? Typically in the show's formula, it would be introduced right before the main song, so at this point I was questioning if this episode was even going to have one at all. So far, this episode has just felt like an average day at the Big Blue House, nothing really signifying that this is the finale. Well, that changes just about halfway through as the kids all gather in the kitchen to discuss what Tudder heard.
How come he never said anything to us about a vacation?
Yeah, I just don't understand it. I just don't!
Oh no, even though I can kinda see how he might need one.
Yeah, I mean, think of all the stuff Bear does for us every day. Hey! Bear! Whoa!
Oh, the word of the day is bear! Oh my god. The final 10 minutes of the episode are entirely dedicated to celebrating Bear and what he means to the other characters. After 117 episodes of him putting all his time and energy towards everyone else, constantly helping them with their problems, for once he gets to be the focus. While the kids begin planning, we find Bear upstairs who has just finished packing, where he runs into Shadow for one final story.
And if you need another story, you know my song!
Thank you, Shadow. Bye-bye.
You can likely tell this is the point where the emotions of this being the final episode really started kicking in. Bye, Shadow. The kids call Bear downstairs where they have prepared a special ceremony for him.
We are about to say thank you.
Huh?
Hit it!
The final original song of the series features almost the entire recurring cast, including Doc Hogg, Lois, Jack, Jeremiah, Grandma Flutter, Etta, Otto, and a handful of Tudor's school friends, singing about how much they appreciate all that Bear does for them.
Thank you, Bear. Thank you,
Bear reveals to the kids that he won the vacation and that they're all going, as we fade to later when the characters have all arrived at their hotel and are settling in for the night. Which is the only thing about this otherwise beautiful finale that I would change, since it doesn't really give the audience a chance to say goodbye to the house itself. Could we not have had just one quick but sentimental scene of the characters walking out the front door before we jump ahead? Still, gotta love how the series went from using the same few sets for multiple seasons to having this gorgeous location built only for the final scene of the last episode. I think the story of the characters going on vacation is the perfect idea to close out the series on because it prevents the episode from becoming melodramatic while still providing an explanation on why the show is going away. They never clarify how long the vacation is going to be, so canonically you can say they've simply been in Sequoia City for the past 2 decades, which is why we've not been able to visit the Big Blue House in that time. So if they ever bring the show back, the first episode better open with them all returning after their vacation as if barely any time has passed.
Hey, it even has a balcony. I wonder, do you think Luna could be here in Sequoia City too? Let's go see.
I was trying to brace myself because I knew exactly what was about to happen, but nothing could have prepared me for how much they twist in that knife at the very end.
One life touches many others, Bear. We should make sure that each life we touch in as positive a way as we can.
That's a really good point, Luna. In fact, that may be the most important thing of all.
Oh, speaking of which, I'd better get back up into the night sky. The Earth needs my light.
Well, Luna, before you go, will you sing the goodbye song with us one more time?
You know I'd love to, Bear.
One more time. Why did he have to say one more time? After one more rendition of the goodbye song, exactly as it had been done over 100 times before, yet somehow different, Bear delivers his last farewell to the audience.
By the way, I hope I've been one of the nicest parts of your life, because you are one of the nicest parts of mine. I'll see you back at the big blue house. Bye.
The final episode of Bear in the Big Blue House premiered on April 28th, 2006. Despite the multi-year hiatus during the season's back half, the show had still maintained its relevance, and in 2005, a sort of spin-off was launched titled Breakfast with Bear, in which Noel McNeil would perform as Bear visiting the home of different kids across the United States to learn about their morning routine. The series is nothing special, but demonstrates how much of a grip Bear had on children's entertainment thanks to the sheer charisma of Noel McNeil's performance. Breakfast with Bear would last over a year, even outliving the delayed finale of the original series, airing its final segment on September 15th, 2026 after 20 episodes, most of which have since become lost media. But aside from the reruns that would continue until Playhouse Disney was rebranded to Disney Junior in 2011, that is the end of Bear in the Big Blue House. One of the most successful preschool shows ever that left an indelible mark on both the children who grew up with it and their parents. Perhaps we'll never quite know the extent of the show's impact on the generations who saw it, how many kids it helped, or whether it truly made a difference. But I'll tell you what I'll remember it for. It was a show that went the extra mile in giving kids the tools to navigate their development, and one of the reasons it was successful at that is that you were able to watch these characters grow over time. So often in these types of series, you're treated to a similar lesson every episode, which necessitates the characters being reset. But not in this show. When important things are learned, they stick with the characters and are either built on for future stories or casually referenced in following episodes. Ojo getting over her fear of the doctors, Tora becoming confident in playing pretend, the kids learning to think of those less fortunate, all thanks to the gentle guiding hand of Bear, who was simultaneously able to act as a parental figure and best friend to both the other characters and the audience, always letting them know that their feelings and thoughts were valid. Everything in this show was a perfect storm driven by expert puppeteers, a team of fantastic writers and musicians, top of their craft set designers who for 118 episodes over 4 seasons taught us to look inwards and how to better ourselves, making a big blue house in the middle of a valley feel like a home to so many. Its lessons and the way it went about teaching them was a cut above the rest, and many of them can still be applied even beyond their original demographic. guess that's it. Bear in the Big Blue House, done. I've been working on this for so long that I have no idea if any of it is going to even be remotely entertaining, so huge thank you if you've made it all the way to the end. I guess now I just have to figure out what next. Self-improvement is a continuous process, and despite all the progress I've made, I am absolutely going to look into getting a therapist sometime this year. But when I think back on the past 12 months and look forward to everything that lays ahead of me, I think 2025 is the year where I learn how to live for myself instead of others. And maybe I'll update y'all on that journey, or maybe from this point on it just becomes mine. I don't know what's gonna happen. But for the first time, I think I'm okay with that. Folks, thank you so much for watching, and I hope wherever 2025 takes us that we never stop striving to be better.